Huh. Interesting. Why is this? Oh, there we go. Now it looks better. Alright. I apologize, people. I thought I was more prepared than this. I apparently was not more prepared than this. I forgot to do some basic setup type stuff at the start of my stream. And there we go. Thought I was ready. Whoops. Oh well. Life happens. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3. There we go. Alright, ladies, gentlemen, and other such entities, and those that aren't sure what they want to be referred to as. Hey, no judgment here. Anyway. Yeah. So today we hit Kamigawa. Specifically, Champions of Kamigawa. And this is the second block that is modern legal. And let me think here. I think it's going to be about 3 more blocks before I actually start hitting stuff that's in M10, which will be the first core set that I'll be covering. Maybe by the end of the start of next year. We'll put it that way. That's not bad. Where I'll start hitting cards that are in the core set that are new. Because up until 10th edition inclusive, all the cards in the core set, which were, basically anything after alpha that's in beta, unlimited, revised, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, they're all reprints. And so you'll see them covered under wherever they were printed before if I covered the set. I shouldn't say if I covered the set because, yes, I've covered the set. But if I covered that specific card. So, let me think here. 10th edition was during, I think it was during Time Spiral, which means M10 came out. I think M10 came out during Lorwyn, which is hilarious because for those that don't know, let's just hit the main page of Scryfall for a moment. We've already got Spider-Man out by now. Avatar is due out later this year. I believe Avatar comes out in November. Then we hit Lorwyn Eclipsed, which will come out at the end, basically near the end of January. Around the same time, I'm going to be covering our first trip to Lorwyn. If my approximate math is correct. don't know how I'm going to handle Time Spiral itself because Time Spiral had Time Spiral and then it had the time shifted cards. I might do the time shifted cards as a bonus. We'll see what happens. Anyway, that being said, currently looking at Kamigawa, where we had to deal with the war with the Kami, the spirits that are Kami, um, as far as I understand, were basically supposed to be like the spirits of the plane, but like the spirit of a thing. But the thing doesn't have to be a physical, tangible thing. It can be, um, like an earth spirit, or it can be a spirit of a tree, or it could be the spirit that represents hope, or you know, it can be tangible, it can be intangible. And sometimes it could be like the spirit of a specific tree or the spirit of the forest as a whole. So, my understanding of how spirits are, the I should say the kami in Kamigawa as a whole, that's my understanding of how the kami are, um what's the word I'm looking for? How they're being represented. So you might see a spirit and you see, here's Kami of the Painted Road. I'm like, okay, sure. Uh Hikari, Twilight Guardian. You know. Um See if I can find another good example. Kami of Old Stone. Well, not a great example for what I'm. Kami of Ancient Law. So that is like basically the legal system given, you could say, in a manner of speaking, a given form. It's not quite the same thing, but it kind of is because we are talking spirits here. So it would be like the manifestation of legality. So kind of like if you look at polytheistic systems like Greek and Roman mythology, or um, or Norse mythology, or a lot of these other mythologies that have actual distinct gods. You know, anything that could be a a thing that a god is responsible for. In Dungeons and Dragons terms, we would refer to this as their domains. So anything that could be a god's domain, in a setting like Kamigawa, could end up with, you know, a form that, this is the essence of that thing. And it's, because it's a spirit, it's semi-tangible, this, that, whatever else. And you're basically looking at a war between the mortal world and the spirit world. And the spirits, obviously, you're dealing with all these, the kami, which you're. It's kind of like, this is like a David versus Goliath system. There may be more mortals, but the spirits are more powerful, so you know, I could take 1,000 orcs or one storm giant, or one ancient red dragon, and who's going to win. And it depends on how the war, on how the battle plays out. And this is the sort of thing that you're looking at here. There are more mortals, but the spirits are more powerful. So it kind of evens out a bit more than it first appears. Anyway, that being said, Kamigawa as a block had the um, unfortunate distinction of being, well, let me think here. We had Onslaught block and, sorry, we had Odyssey block and then Onslaught block, which were, you know, typical kind of Magic set at that point. And then we had Mirrodin block, and Mirrodin was heavily based on artifacts. And Mirrodin and Darksteel combined to do. It combined to end up being pretty powerful in terms of the kind, what kind of cards were being produced. You had your Chrome Moxes to, end your Affinity, and your Tooth and Nail came out of there, I believe. I think it was Tooth and Nail came out of there. I think that's where Entwine came from. That feels right. Yeah. Yeah, it came from Mirrodin itself. Um, and so some really really strong powerful stuff came out. And then Kamigawa came out, and there wasn't that much. The first problem was Mirrodin plus Darksteel was so powerful that it overshadowed anything else that was out, and even stuff that people like the you played Affinity or you played main deck Hate to Affinity, and even against main deck Hate to Affinity, if you did not have a lot of main deck Hate against Affinity, you lost. It was strong enough to power through Hate. It would come on too late, or there wasn't it just, or it didn't do enough. Like, for example, one card that was designed to be Hate against Affinity was Knight of Soul's Betrayal, which came out in Champions of Kamigawa, which we'll talk about tonight. All creatures get -1/-1. The first problem was you had Ornithopter in the format, which was a 0/2. Well, so then you get a card like Arcbound Ravager that comes into play with a +1/+1 counter on it. When it dies, its counter goes on to another artifact creature. You can, onto another artifact creature. If you have an Ornithopter out, well, that neutralizes the -1. It comes into play, dies right away. That counter goes on Ornithopter. That now neutralizes the -1/-1. This is legendary enchantment. You can only have one in play with the same name. And so the next card that you have that's a 1/1 that has modular dies and grows your Ornithopter, or you play Cranial Plating, which was also a big deal at that point. And At that point, you attach it to Ornithopter. Okay, it's now at least a 2/2 flyer. Because the and the other problem is that Niasol's Betrayal, if you're lucky, it comes online on turn 3. Affinity can win faster than that is the other problem. Affinity could win on like turn 2 or turn 3. If you're not lucky, this is coming online turn, and you're having a if you're having a reasonable draw. Well, if you're having a good draw, this comes into play on turn 4. If you're having a reasonable draw, it's coming to play on turn 5. And it was supposedly printed to slow it, to handle affinity. Didn't really do very much. They had to ban something like 11 cards from affinity to bring it down to a power level where it actually had, where other decks could actually compete. It was that silly. And so, and Kamigawa being the block after it, it didn't have anything, and Mirrodin having been designed from what I remember seeing online at that point, with vintage in mind, well, what we now call vintage, originally simply called Type 1. Yeah. And this was designed to be a normal block. And if Mirrodin hadn't been designed for vintage and had been designed like a normal standard set, this would have fared a lot better. And you'd see a lot more cards from Kamigawa at that point seeing play. But you compare the stuff that existed then, like Frogmite, for example, was a 4-mana 2/2 with artifact affinity for artifacts, which meant that if you went turn 1 artifact land, turn 2 artifact land, tap them both, you get a 2/2. Okay, that doesn't sound like anything fancy. At that point, the assumption was a 2/2, especially at common, that's an artifact creature, would be about 3 mana. It costs a little bit more because it can slot easily into any deck. Well, if you go, and this isn't even crazy, turn 1, land, tap, Springleaf Drum, Ornithopter. You then top your Ornithopter and your Springleaf Drum to generate 1 mana. You have 3 artifacts out by that point. You've generated a mana. You can cast Frogmite, a 2/2, on turn 1. A 2/2 on turn 1 is pretty good, even in today's standard. You can get a 2/1 for 1, you can get a 1/2 for 1. It is hard to get a 2/2 for 1. It's not impossible, but it's hard, especially when you're dealing with a suite of common cards. A 2/2 for 1 in, even in Modern Magic, you're probably looking at a higher rarity. Or you're looking at some kind of drawback attached to it. Well, now you've got 4 artifacts in play. I play, you know, I play a Scale or Tooth of Chiscoria for free at that point. That makes 5. I can play another Frogmite. That makes 6. I play maybe a second Memnite, or a second, well, no, Memnite exists by that point. So that's 7. Oh, I'm on the draw? Oh, damn. That leaves me 8 cards in hand. Okay, here's my Enforcer, which is a 4/4 for, nominally 7 mana, but again has affinity for artifacts. I literally just emptied my entire hand on turn 1, and I now have 7 power on the board. Yeah, that sounds a little ridiculous. That sounds a bit much. But a hand like that was not completely unreasonable. A hand like that was not unheard of. And in Kamigawa block could not compete with a hand that could dump 7 power on the board on turn 1. Heaven forbid you do anything crazier like something involving Chromox and and Thoughtcast or whatever else. And just it got silly. And you only needed like let's see if I can find it real quick. Battle of the Sets 7. Battle of the Sets. Years ago, we're talking 2005, so 20 years ago, a couple of guys over at MTG Salvation decide they're going to do this round robin tournament thing. Battle of the Sets. Make a deck of nothing but cards from a specific set and your 5 basic lands, and face them off against each other. How well does a deck made of nothing but cards from Legends fare up against a deck of nothing but cards from, I don't know, Torment? Torment wipes the floor. Mirrodin beat Darksteel. Antiquities, and it was 3-2. Antiquities beat Champions of Kamigawa. Champions of Kamigawa was actually reasonable. Mirrodin versus Antiquity, like the final 4 were Mirrodin versus Antiquities and Apocalypse versus Torment. Yeah, those are basically those are basically, in general, the 4 most powerful in that format. Notice the fact that 2 of them are colorless decks. One of them is mono black. What did Champions go in with? See if I can find it real quickly here. I'm gonna see if I can find the. You know what? Oh, boo. Okay. I have to try and find the lists now. Um, member for 20 years. Oh well, we'll figure it out later. I know I had them saved somewhere, but I think it basically had a. I think it was something along the lines of a fog lock. Basically, a turbo fog. Anyway, that being said, so it couldn't compete with Mirrodin, even after Mirrodin turned around and, even after once Affinity got like almost a dozen, I wish I was exaggerating. I think it's 11 cards. I think it was the 5 colored artifact lands. So the ones that can tap for colored mana. Um, what was it? Those 5, I think, was Cranial Plating, Atog, and Disciple of the Vault, and I forget what else. But that's already 8 cards, and I think there was more. Definitely over a half a dozen cards banned in standard. Because of Mirrored Under. Arcbound Ravager might have also been on the chopping block. So I think that makes 9. Anyway, yeah. Once so much stuff got banned from Affinity, and it was suddenly a good deck, but not an overpowering deck, Kamigawa had a chance to actually show some of the stuff it could do. But realistically, it ended up being like standard was Mirrodin block with the occasional extra card from somewhere else for, efficient removal or something of that nature. But those slots were easily replaceable. You could build a deck out of you could build a deck out of nothing but cards from Mirrodin, and you'd be perfectly fine. Oh, yeah, I think Chromox also got banned there. Like, basically, yeah, a lot of really good, strong cards. In fact, if you look at old school, modern affinity lists, from like 2015, let's say, a lot of that was heavily Mirrodin and Darksteel. Ah, son of a brisket. I will be back in a moment, people. Share stream. Boop. Alright. Sorry about that, people. Wow, that was longer than I expected. I apologize. I tried to be quick. Had to make a mad dash to the washroom, and my body's like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna be quick. I'm like, ugh. So I apologize for the long delay. Anyway, yeah, the other problem with Kamigawa was after Kamigawa block. It was the next block after that was our first trip to Ravnica, which we've now been debatably 4 times, at least. um, and that was a set based around multicolored. And multicolored sets based around multicolored, as long as they're, not overdone, obviously, tend to be received pretty favorably. Invasion block did pretty well. Ravnica block did fairly well. I think Mirage Visions, you could make that argument. Anything that really identified with being multicolor uh, did really well. And so, so you had Mirrodin, which was very strong. And then Ravnica. I remember when Ravnica City of Guilds, the first set in that block, which came out a year after this, was coming out. I went to the owner of one of my local of the LGS that at that point I most commonly frequented. And I told the owner, buy a lot of this set because you're going to get what are being considered the best dual lands since the original dual lands in, from Revised, what we now call the Shocklands. As which do occasionally get reprinted. So let's see here. Stomping Ground, as an example, is back in standard. And has the 2 basic land types. As it enters, you can pay 2 life. If you don't, it enters tapped. Mental shortcut is if you pay the 2 life, it enters untapped. Not always true, but true often enough. That was going to be the first printing for like 4 of the 10. Plus, it was also going to reprint Birds of Paradise, which missed out on 8th edition, I think it was. And which had just been recently released around the same time as Mirrodin. I think it came out just before Mirrodin. And that, in my opinion, those, your four Shocklands. I think we had Selesnya, Golgari. Let me think here. Selesnya, Golgari. Who did we have for blue? Was Azorius in that set? You know what? Let's do this. Set is Ravnica. Type land, rarity, rare, ID. Gold. Watery Grave was the one. And Sacred Found. Yeah. So these are the four that we had. You had um, black, green, green, white, white, red. So basically, start with blue and red. So blue goes to black, black goes to green, green goes to white, white goes to red. Know what? Give me the back of the card. Start with, okay, so red, white, green. Red, white, green, black, blue. Red, white, red. I have to try and draw this now. Red. You know what? I'm gonna hate myself for this. You. Red, white, black, green, blue. Is that right? Red, white. Nope. Control Z. Red, white, green, black, blue. Right? Red, white, green, black, blue. Huh. It is missing. So if it had is it would also do the same spaceship thing. If it had is it would also do the same spaceship things that Edge of Eternities does. What do I mean by spaceship thing? Edge of Eternities. Okay, so these are the 5 shocklines that are in Edge of Eternities. And I'm going to hold up a magic card. Whoops. I'm going to hold up a magic card for reference. Okay. Now, the way I remember what ones are in standard. Okay. I had to figure out a pattern. Imagine drawing a line from white down to red and white down to black. Okay. That gives us Sacred Foundry and Godless Shrine. You kind of have like an upside down V. Okay. You then bring black up to blue and green up to red. Okay. So it kind of looks like a W now. Then green and blue connect. Okay. So you've got red and green gives you Stomping Ground. Black and blue gives you Watery Grave. And blue-green gives you Breeding Pool. And I don't care what it looks like. And I'm aware my artistic skill has a lot to be desired. You end up with something that kind of looks like this. And I kind of see this as something vaguely resembling a spaceship. You know, when you've only got 5 points to work with and they have to be in a certain order, this kind of resembles a spaceship to me. You know, where's your body of the ship would be, you know, this area here. You know, thrust comes out this way. You know, you start doing this, and suddenly you start seeing something that looks a bit more like a spaceship. It is a really, really bad looking spaceship, but it kind of vaguely resembles a spaceship here. At least to my eyes, it does. Again, doesn't need to be anything fancy, but as long as you get the ideas across. And then once I've got that in mind, well then, you know, I know, I think Lorwyn Eclipsed, which comes out the beginning of next year, as I mentioned earlier. This is supposed to be a zero sugar version. No, this is not zero sugar. What are you supposed to have? Zero caffeine? Black cap usually suggests something. This does not say it has caffeine in it. Interesting. So it's not sugar free. It's actually got like a single bottle of this has got like almost 3/4 of your daily intake of caffeine. Or not caffeine, uh, sugar. But it has no. Nope, it has caffeine. So wonder why they did a black cap to it. That's kind of weird. Anyway, distracted throw is distracted news at 11. But yeah, so now once I get like that spaceship kind of look, you know, in my head when Lorwyn Eclipse comes out, when that comes out in January, I'll know what 5 Shocklands are in. That's it. It'll be the other 5. Anyway, um, but yeah, I told him, hey, by the way, pick up a bunch of this. It's going to have the best Shocklands since the original Dual Lands. It's going to have Birds of Paradise, which was a really big deal. Because it wasn't going to be an 8th edition. So suddenly, oh my god, put it in, they put it in Ravnica. And it was a really good set. And it was a set that people really enjoyed for multiple reasons. It wasn't on the same power level as Mirrodin, but people enjoyed it well enough, and you could play the color schemes that you wanted to play pretty easily. And you had lands that had like here's the question: would you rather? And there's no wrong answer here, in my opinion. Uh, There we go. Which of these three lands would you rather have? And again, in my opinion, there is no wrong answer. And some will say, well, one is superior, strictly better. And I might debate that. Keep in mind, these all existed around the same time, around the time of like 7th edition, 8th edition era. Between 7th and 9th edition, these all existed. You had Saltmarsh, which, now there's commons that are better than this. But, comes into play tapped, taps for black or blue, Underground River, taps for colorless, or taps for black or blue but deals a point of damage to you, or Watery Grave, has the island and swamp types. As it enters, you may pay 2 life. If you don't, it enters tapped, which, again, usually means if you pay 2 life, it will enter untapped. Stuff that makes it enter tapped will still have it enter tapped whether or not you pay the 2 life. Saltmarsh enters tapped, but doesn't hurt apart from entering tapped. Underground River only pings you when you tap it for colored mana. Usually after about 3 or 4 uses, you don't need it for colored mana, as a general rule of thumb. Usually by that point, you have enough other lands out that you don't have to worry too much about it. And keep in mind, the necessity of being able to tap for specifically colorless mana did not exist yet. The only reason you would tap it for colorless mana was because you had something that had a generic cost and you didn't care. You didn't need to you didn't need to pay colored mana for it, so you're like, okay, kind of like how Soul Ring in Commander plays. You tap it for colorless, not because something that you have requires colorless mana, but because you have enough generic costs in your deck that, okay, and I'll tap Soul Ring towards this. Or Watery Grave, which hurts a little bit more than Underground River, but only once, and then it's painless. You can activate as much as you want, and it's painless after that. So I don't see any of the three as being strictly better. Because, for example, if you're at a low life total, the difference between Saltmarsh and Watery Grave, I might as well pay, I might as well pick up Saltmarsh for a quarter instead of Watery Grave. If you're playing a slower control deck, you want your lands to tap for the colors that you need when you need them, rather than you'd rather have them tap for the colors that you need when you need them, rather than being stuck on one or the other. Especially if you're playing like three or more colors. You're paying 2 colors. You can probably afford some of your lands occasionally entering tapped to give you more flexibility. I mean, nowadays, you would have like Restless Reef, or you would have uh, the uh, the crime lands, the deserts, or I mean now you get the Demir type land set DSK. And now you get things like Murky Sewer out of Duskmourn that, taps for either color and has the possibility, has the not unreasonable possibility of entering untapped, which is a really big deal for a common dual land. Because every common duel that I've ever seen before Duskmourn that I can ever remember entered, tapped, and then did something. And this can enter untapped, and my brain went, wow, I want a bunch of these. Anyway. So yeah, all that being said, Ravnica was really solid. Mirrodin was really powerful. And Kamigawa, people were a lot less interested in. And it didn't have to do with this. I think it had a lot less to do with the setting. And just more to do with, you know, being stuck between two other sets that people really gravitated towards, or two other blocks that people really gravitated towards for one reason or another. And this was caught in the middle. I think if the power level of Mirrodin had been brought down, say, 10%, this would have been a lot stronger. This would have got received a lot more strongly. Anyway, that's over an hour. Well, almost an hour. Minus the 10-minute, set emergency bathroom break. Talking about a set before we even talked about the cards in it. Right. So, Harsh Deceiver. So, you're going to see, like, there was a cycle of deceivers. I think they were all deceivers. One of them, they all had two abilities. And the second one was, reveal a top card of your library. If it's a land, this gets usually +1/+1 till end of turn. Activate, and something else. Activate only once each turn. And the first ability was like pay 1. Let's see here. Set Champions of Kamigawa. Name Deceiver and Rarity Common, just in case. Yeah. So they're all around the 2 to 4 mana range. They're all around the same size-ish. The +1 ability, the +1 ability. Wow, you'd think I was talking about a Planeswalker. The first ability, let you look at the top of your deck. The 2 mana ability, reveal top card in your library. If it's a land, the creature gets some kind of bonus. Place ability only once each turn. Usually it gets a power boost. The black one didn't do that because, it basically gave Proto Death Touch. The fact that it's, you can only do that once a turn kind of hurts. However, I will point out, you're looking at a white common, and the first ability says, look at the top card of your library. Just being able to know what the top card of your library is at any time for a very tiny investment, 1 mana, doesn't care what color it is or anything else, is kind of big. The rest of the card is meh. But if you're looking at playing with commons, and you need to be able to do, like, here's the thing. Look, pay 1, look at the top card of your library with, say, I don't know, an Evolving Wilds in play. You need to be able to draw a certain type of card soon. You need to draw a removal spell. You need to draw a creature. You're at the point where it doesn't matter what. You just need to be able to draw something that falls into a given category. You need to draw a land. You pay 1. You look at the top card of your library. If it's the kind of card that you need, great. If not, you crack that Evolving Wilds, get a basic out of your deck, shuffle, and then again, later on, you can pay that 1 mana again and go, cool, that's the category of card that I need. You can then play another effect to draw it, or you can, you can do this at the end of the turn of the person before you, or on your upkeep even, so that on your draw step, you can draw it. Being able to just look, and even if you don't have that, being able to just look at the top card of your library and being able to, plan an extra draw worth, which could be an extra turn, ahead, knowing that is kind of big. If you're not worried about rarities, then cards like Sensei's Divine Top are obviously a lot better. But don't be afraid to play with cards like Harsh Deceiver or any of the other deceivers, even just for that ability. That kind of does a lot. Kitsune Riftwalker, it's fine. Again, the one thing I will point out, and I'll point this out probably every stream because I don't think I've stopped yet. Protection from spirits and from arcane. Spirit is a creature type. Changelings have a creature type. This means that, protection from spirits means a changeling cannot deal damage to it, enchant or equip it somehow. Are there enchantments? There might actually be. You know what? Is there one? No. Not yet. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they produce an aura. I know they have instants, and I know they've got sorceries that have changeling. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they create an aura like that. Protection from arcane, pretty low on the relevancy scale. Might occasionally creep up, but realistically, not a big deal. Protection from spirits, more likely to be a thing. So can't be damaged, can't be equipped or enchanted. Okay. Can't be blocked by them and can't be targeted by them. So, tap, destroy target creature. Is it a spirit? Is it a changeling? No? Okay, I died. Yes? Can't touch this. You can't even aim it at me. You have to aim somewhere else. Sorry. So, not a big deal, but if somebody is suddenly doing something weird, like, I don't know, Mask with Nexus, let's say, then suddenly you can just attack and you're going to get through for damage. Vassal's Duty. So, honestly, I wouldn't worry too much about the Kitsune. But I could see the Deceiver seeing more play than it first appears. Vassal's Duty. 4 mana enchantment. White +3. Pay 1. The next 1 damage to be dealt to target legendary creature you control this turn is dealt to you instead. This is a good way to try and keep a general alive through damage sources. Basically, oh no, oh no, oh well. So, let's say your general is a 3/5. Doesn't matter who. Let's say it's a 3/5. Something tries to deal 6 damage to it. You redirect 2 of that damage to yourself. So you go from 33 down to 31. But now it's going to take 4 damage, not 6. And since it's got 5 toughness, it will live. So, suddenly, this is a way that you keep something, this is a great way to keep something alive, especially something that could be important like your general. The funny thing is, then you can have cute little situations like, I don't know, Phyrexian, what do you call it? Phyrexian, I want to say Vivisector, but no, Phyrexian Vindicator. And, I don't know, Pariah? Or is Guilty Conscience the one I'm thinking of, or do I keep mixing that up? Guilty Conscience. No, that's the wrong one. Pariah. All damage should be dealt to you is dealt to enchant creature instead. So what you do is you take, you have Vassal's Duty in play. You have a creature that benefits from being pinged. Let's say, a stuffy doll or Phyrexian Vindicator or something of that nature. And you throw a Pariah on it. The 2 damage that would get dealt to the legendary creature in question suddenly would get dealt to you, but then gets redirected because of Pariah to the creature Pariah is attached to. If it's Phyrexian Vindicator, that 2 damage then gets shunted elsewhere. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If it's Stuffy Doll, that damage gets dealt to the person you chose when Stuffy Doll came into play. Oh yeah, we're going there. So if you, which also means if you decide, so if you ever decide to build a deck based around the, as many Stuffy Doll effects as you can, honestly, consider Vassal's Duty. And if you can swing adding blue somehow, you want Leyline and Singularity in there as well, because it makes all non-land permanents legendary. You combine that with Vassal's Duty, because it says target legendary creature, which suddenly turns this into target creature. Have fun. Kitsune Diviner. Eh? You know, 1 white for a 0/1. Tap target spirit. Or tap target changeling. Not a terrible card if you look at it from that perspective. I wouldn't run it in every deck. But, you know, the occasional deck that just wants something, you know, if I'm concerned about a certain category of cards and Changeling happens to work really well there, I might decide to slip this in. Kami of the Painted Road. 5 mana for a 3/3. Whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, you're going to find a lot of the cards that we're going to be discussing today are going to care about spirits or arcane. The spirit cards are going to be a little bit better because of changelings. Arcane, realistically, a lot of like arcane cards in Commander generally don't see play. So you would have to build around it. Let's just do a quick thing here. What actually sees play that's got arcane? Kodama's reached the fact that it's got arcane, nobody cares. Desperate Ritual, the fact that it's got arcane, nobody cares. Ban. Goodbye, Josie. Good ban, Rocky. Spam bots can go away. Otherworldly Journey, nobody cares that it's arcane. Ethereal Haze, nobody cares that it's got arcane. These are seen play. This is Cultivate. This is a second Cultivate. This is a second Pyretic Ritual. This is a Flicker effect that returns the creature with a +1 counter on it. This is basically Fog, but arguably better. Actually, not even arguably, because prevent all combat that would be dealt this turn. Prevent all damage that would be dealt by creatures this turn. Well, combat damage is damage dealt by creatures, but so are many activate abilities, triggered abilities, etc. Ethereal Haze is better than Holy Day, is better than Fog. And it's arcane, just as random side bonus. Ideas Unbound. Commonly a combo piece card. Things like High Tide and stuff like that. Again, nobody cares that it's arcane. Death Denied. It's an instant mass raise dead. You know, you pay X, you bring that many creatures back from your graveyard to your hand. Goryo's Vengeance, it's a reanimator spell. Lava Spike, it's a burn spell. Footsteps of the Goryo, it's a reanimator spell. Like, honestly, none of these cards I have yet to see a card where it actually matters that the card is arcane. Like, because again, we're talking Commander here. Most of these cards are perfectly playable without the fact that they're, you know, that they're on arcane. Oh, shifting borders. I need one of them. What? You know my mono blue ramp deck? Which box are you in? Mono blue ramp deck. Yeah, my mono blue deck that thinks it's a green deck. This deck here. And this is the reason why it's got, you know, this bluish green sleeve color. Um, which runs a bunch of artifact lands. Here's Sea of the Synod. I say a bunch. It's running 5 because at that point that's all I could get. And it's got as much ramp of any sort that I can pull it. Here's Apprentice Wizard, for example. Tap a blue and tap it. Add 3 colorless. So that turns 1 mana into 3. Throw of Hearth and Home. Whenever a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, amongst other things, I can fetch land out of my deck. Solemn Simulacrum comes to play. Fetch a basic. Wayfarer's Bauble. It's basically cultivate, or not cultivate, rampant growth for 3 mana instead of 2. Etc., etc., etc. Any ways that I can find to generate mana in blue in a way that feels green. You know, Sea Scryer. 2 mana. It tries to be Lana Warrels. 2 mana for a 1/1 merfolk, tap for colorless, or tap colorless and tap it to make a blue. It tries to be. It tries really hard to be Lana Warrels. It's not Lana Warrels, but it tries. Dreamscape Artist lets me. Basically, it spell shapes Harrow in blue. Shifting borders. Why would I care about shifting borders? Because the fact that I'm running mono blue makes it really hard for me to play lands. It's not impossible, but it makes it hard for me to play lands that can tap for more than 1 color. Or for tap for more than 1 mana. Shifting borders means I can see an opponent's land that generates more than 1 mana. And I can go, you know what? Tell you what. I'll give you this island. You give me your bounce land. What? Yeah, you give me your bounce land. Oh. Oh yeah, even because it's an instant, you can do that with, like, when somebody plays a bounce land. Oh no. Bounce land. Just trying to think of the first one I can think of. Actually, remember the name. When this enters, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Oh, that's funny. Oh no, that's funny. That is just funny. But yeah, like most of the cards that I'm seeing, nobody, like, it really doesn't matter that it's arcane. It is rare that it actually makes a legitimate, like, I scrolled down, the first 60 cards, and it's the fact that it's arcane. It's only if you're doing splicing, realistically, that the card being arcane makes any difference. And, like, even down here, Strange Inversion, people will play Strange Inversion just straight up because sometimes that's relevant. It's either a card that you're going to play anyway. I think the like out of the bottom list, Pull Under, I wouldn't play just because for 6 mana as an instant you can exile target creature by then. Uproot, if that's the kind of effect that I want, yeah, that's fine. Uh, Call for Blood. I'd probably play Call for Blood before I played Pull Under, which makes sense because Pull Under is at the bottom. 3 Tragedies, the same problem with discard decks we've talked about. Trashy's Cry is not bad. Pure Intention, whenever the pulling cause you to discard cards. Yeah, Pure Intentions is. I mean, somebody has to be. Pure Intentions is probably a metagame call. If somebody's playing with like wheel effects or something like especially, oh my god, especially if they're playing with wheel effects, you run Pure Intentions and it's like, hey, by the way, yeah, like it's probably out of the last dozen cards, half of them I would play and the other half be like, eh. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna, like I said, you're gonna find a lot of stuff that cares about Spirit or Arcane. You have to be building with that in mind. And honestly, realistically, you're probably a lot further ahead building around the Spirit theme than the Arcane theme. Any Arcane cards that you play, honestly, play them because they're the kind of card you would play anyway. If you have to decide between 2 cards and there's no clear reason to run one over the other, like there's, you know, do I run Cultivate or do I run Kodama's Reach? You run whichever one you can get your hands on. But if you're playing with a card like Kami of the Painted Road, you run Kodama's Reach first because it has synergy with your deck. Beyond that, don't push it. The problem with Kami of the Painted Road, you need enough spirits that have, in my opinion, that have flash. Sort by color. 4, 8. Alright, so there's 8 blue ones. Or sorry, 8 white ones. So, enough to at least consider a starting point. But yeah, eh. Honestly, I find Vassal's Duty and Harsh Deceiver, out of these bottom five, I find these two to be the most playable ones, realistically. Kabuto Moth. Kabuto Moth is kind of cute. Uh, at that point, what you're really looking for was, because you're looking at common, you'd be looking at a 2/2 flyer for 3 mana. You lose a point of power, but then you replace that with a tap ability that gives, target creature +1/+2 till end of turn. It can target itself. If you have a way to untap it somehow, you can attack with it, untap it with whatever, and then tap to become a 2/4. And on defense, it basically is a 2/4 for 3 mana, which is pretty big. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of effects of this kind of nature give an equal boost of power and toughness. And what I mean by that is generally it's target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Or +2/+2 +2/+2, or +X/+X, where X is the number of like elves you control, for example. And this gives +1/+2, which is notable. And the fact that it gives a bonus of 2 points of toughness is actually a fair bit. So I like this. I like this better than I like this better than a lot of similar cards, just because it gives a bigger toughness boost than it first appears. And again, you can also always look at that as, hey, throwing it in a toughness matters deck, is always an option. Innocence Kami? Yeah, Innocence Kami. Again, Kami were based around things, but not necessarily tangible things. Like innocence is a concept. It's not a thing you can actually touch. But here is a Kami that is the embodiment of that concept. Hey, Holly. Well, I spent most of the first hour talking about the setting of Kamigawa to begin with. So, really, you've only missed about half an hour of me actually talking about cards. TLDR, Harsh Deceiver and the other Deceivers are, I think, better than most people give them credit for. If nothing else, than just simply for that first ability. If you're not willing to shell out money for things like Sensei's Divine Top or something like that, and especially if you're in a color that doesn't have good library manipulation of any sort, like white, for example, Harsh Deceiver is actually really good. Kitsune Riftwalker, its big thing realistically, protection from spirits, aka protection from, protection from changelings, is the more generic way to think of cards like this. It's kind of meh. Vassal's Duty, great for keeping your general alive. From, anything that's based on damage. Hilarious if you combine it with things like Leylena's Singularity, which suddenly makes all creatures legendary. Kitsune Diviner, Honestly, I am less interested in Kitsune Diviner. Even if you look at things like the creature type, meh. I'm it's I'm kind of meh on it. I would rather play the Deceiver or Vassal's Duty. Yeah, again, the fact that it references a specific creature type, again, you primarily realistically are looking at changelings for something like that. Kemi of the Painted Road, the best way to do this is having spirits because Arcane. The thing about Arcane is almost any card that has Arcane, even like there's 90 something cards that have Arcane. Even the ones that are at the bottom of the list, like out of the bottom like half a dozen or so, out of the let's say the bottom dozen, half of them are still well playable even without having Arcane. So, uh don't play Arcane spells because they've got Arcane. Play them because they do what you want. And most of them are still are still well enough playable without being Arcane. As for spirits, you ideally want to be able to cast them with flash. There are 8 white spirits that have flash, so that's a not unreasonable starting point. Kabuto Moth, um, in my opinion, is better than it appears because this +1/+2, the unbalanced in favor of toughness. Uh, well, even outside limited, um, like you're looking at Commander, which obviously we are. First of all, if you can untap it, or I was thinking later and I hadn't mentioned this, if you've got a way to give it vigilance, you can attack with it and then tap it for its own ability and basically attack as a 2/4. Or pump something else by a point of power and 2 points of toughness. And that 2 points of toughness, especially on a 3 drop, is actually really strong. Because a lot of things, like a lot of cards that has this style of effect, realistically, they only give +1/+1. So that extra point of, like, people will go, okay, oh, you've got a 2 toughness creature. Oh, okay, I'll lightning bolt it. Okay, I'll tap my moth. Okay, it still dies. No, it doesn't. What do you mean it doesn't? Yeah, exactly. And again, if you're playing the kind of decks that like toughness matters, you know, something like I think it's Arcades the Strategist or Doran the Siege Tower or something like that. Like if you're playing Doran the Siege Tower, this is basically a 2/2 flyer that taps to give +2/+2 till end of turn, essentially, in a deck like that for 3 mana. Which, I mean, yeah, you could probably do better, but it's still really solid for a deck like that. And then I was just getting to Innocence Kami. And again, a lot of the cards that are going to be fairly low on the people are interested in playing this card from Champions of Kamigawa are going to have this kind of trigger to it. Sure, but people don't generally build a block deck for Commander. Now that's not to say it's not it's not unfeasible. If I was doing that, I would probably allow Kamigawa Neon Dynasty to count as to count as part of Kamigawa block. Um Yeah, spirits, it's fine, but I have the same kind of problem with that Loxodon. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like the 5 mana 3/3 Loxodon from um Mirrodin block. Uh, Loxodon Mystic. Yeah, I have the same kind of problem with Loxodon Mystic. And you lose out a point of power to gain the ability to untap it. It's the same ability, it's the same cost, it's the same toughness. It's very close to the same creature. This, in theory, has got a bit more combo potential, but realistically, if I'm doing something like that, there are I would probably focus on this ability here and ignore the tap target creature bit and play with effects like Glare of Subdual or what's the similar card from Urza Block that's blue? Was it Opposition? Opportunity? I can't remember what it is. Two blue plus Opposition, yeah. I would go based on an effect, like I would start off with like Opposition or Glare of Subdual and start there and cast spells that are like um not Dream Script. Isn't there a burgers? I can't remember what is there not oh, Unearthly Bond? No, that's Unearthly shoot. Um Cut the Earthly Bond. That's the card I was thinking of, but that's not that doesn't do what I was thinking of. Oh, Puppetry. Toils of Night and Day. That's the card I was thinking of. Toils of Night and Day, Trash's Cry, Psychic Puppetry. You know, cards like that. You know, where you're already being able to tap down creatures, and then you one tap this in response, tap down something else, and just you can get some combo shenanigans going on with an effect like that. But now you're building it as a combo deck. I, if that's the sort of deck that you're going for, go ahead. But that first ability, I wouldn't bother. Silent Chant Zubera. Zubera again, being like I think are Zubera only. I think they're only in Kamigawa. 2, 4, 6. There is white, blue. So red and blue got an extra Zubera. Put in a graveyard from play. 4 more damage is dealt to it. Yeah, the red and blue ones. But the 5 from Champions just care about being about hitting the graveyard. And the other two have to go to the graveyard from damage being dealt. Realistically, damage more than its native toughness. So you could build a deck based around Zubera. I think if I want a card, I think if I want to play with Zubera, I want an effect like Masquerade Nexus that gives everything all creature types, or at the very least, Conspiracy or a similar effect, and name Zubera. So then everything I have is a Zubera. And then some kind of wrath that either destroys creatures or makes people sacrifice creatures. You do not want an exile based wrath for this. You don't want one that puts it on. You want, because you want to make sure your stuff goes to the graveyard. You do that, you go, and then you would gain, let's say you've got 6 creatures in play by that point, you'll gain 12 life, which isn't nothing. I will point out, you'll be gaining the 12 life in one chunk. It's not, you gain 2 from this, and then you gain 2 from this, and you gain 2 from this. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 2. Okay, I gained 12 life. Thunk. So if that's, if life gain is relevant to your deck, and you were playing with, I want a bunch of small instances of life gain, this is not what you're looking for. On the other hand, if you have the kind of deck that is looking to do that, but you have easy ways to bring cheap creatures back consistently, then you might want Silent Chant Zubera. In a deck of that style. So keep in mind this has 1 power, 2 toughness, and a mana value of 2. So anything that cares about being, having a low power, a low toughness, or low mana value is going to have an interest in this card just based on that. Also bunions. That being said, if you're looking to gain a bunch of life at once, and you have cards that like Ancestors Chosen, for example, that can gain you a bunch of life in one shot, this can also fit into that style of deck. Trashy's Cry, which I mentioned just a moment ago. Tap up to 3 target creatures. It's not bad. I think the going rate, honestly, yeah, but honestly, people will always complain about a card that is a sorcery. Like, the amount of people that just, I think the going rate for tapping 2 creatures realistically is probably is probably somewhere between 2 and 3 mana. It's probably like 2 colored mana or something like that. Honestly, I'd have to look it up. Tapping 3 creatures for 4 mana honestly is pretty good. This is a sort of card that you play because you want to make sure you can attack. And besides, if you want to bypass the fact that it's a sorcery, there's ways around that. You can play with cards like Leyline of Anticipation and similar effects. There's that one Teferi that says your opponents can only cast spells as sorcery and has a plus ability that lets you cast sorceries as instants. Isn't that the one that restricts colors? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's, Dosan the Falling Leaf. This ability, this exact card, except it's a 2/2 legendary creature. But yeah, Trashy's Cry. If you're playing an aggressive deck, this is going to let you push through for damage so much easier. Hikari, Twilight Guardian. Happens to be a spirit? That's fine. You're not playing it because he's a spirit. You may not be playing it because it's legendary. It's a 4/4 flyer. Whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, you can flicker him, exile him, and he comes back next turn. Or he comes back at the end of turn, rather. Yeah. That's just great. By the way, Holly, just for lulz, completely unrelated. I was looking at Blue Sky earlier today, and somebody from, I think it was the St. Louis, is it St. Louis Blues? The hockey team. Had basically turned around and said, uh, you know, new season starts tonight, yay! And I basically turned around and said, you know, something to the effect of, in the spirit of friendliness and competitiveness at the same time. Good luck with the news. Good luck with the new season, etc., etc., etc. From a Toronto Maple Leafs fan because I grew up in the area, and Montreal Canadiens fan because I was born in the area, and I got a like from it, so I'm good with that. Actually, what did I actually put? Let's see if I can find it real quick. Um, what was it? Yeah, St. Louis Blues mirror. Happy hockey season to all who celebrate. In the spirit of friendliness and competitiveness, happy hockey season back to you. Let's meet up in the postseason. And then what was the other one I saw? Oh yeah, something similar from the Avalanche, but they haven't responded yet. I am sad. Anyway, but yeah, Hikari like there's a bunch of ways to use Hikari. You can use Hikari just use his own ability to save himself from mass removal. You can use his ability with things like Pandemonium. Make use of the fact that he's coming back into play. There's also cards that care about stuff being exiled. So if you're in Azorius, for example, you could be looking at if you're in Azorius, you could be looking at Soul Hoarder. I think it's Soul Hoarder I'm thinking of. Yeah. Whenever a creature is exiled from the battlefield, put +1 counter on it. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And so that comboing with Hikari. Lots of fun there. And he's still a 4/4 flyer, which isn't nothing. 100 talent Kami. The funny thing about 100 talent Kami, it's not about the Kami itself. The fact that it has Soul Shift. And in general, the Soul Shift, again, in general, some exceptions apply. See your local retailer for details. The Soul Shift number is usually one less than the mana cost of the creature. So this costs 5. So -1, Soul Shift's 4. Usually goes down. There's a couple that go up, but most of them go down. Oh yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah, if you take a look at anything that's got let's just pull up the cards that have got Soul Shift. Whoops. Helps if I spell it correctly. Sort by mana value. And let's go descending. So let's just go through this quickly. Body Jukai, cost 9, Soul Shift 8. Thousand-Legged Kami, 8 mana, 7. 7, 6, 7, 6. 7, 6, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 5, 4, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4. Soul Shift X. That's special. 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1. And the one exception, the one specifically numbered exception, is Promise Kanushi, which is a 1-drop that gets a 7, which can get anything except for these two. So most of them, there's 2 called out exceptions, and everything else has got a Soul Shift 1 smaller than their mana value. And I think I remember reading that I remember reading from a Rosewater article that he said something to the effect of it was really hard for them to find a good Soul Shift number, but and largely because of the way Soul Shift worked. And it wasn't that Soul Shift was bad, it was good no matter what they did. Like, you could have had this fetch a 1-drop and it probably would have been fine. Oh my god, it's a killer Komodo! Ah! Hi. Oh no, she has a deck idea. You has deck idea, but can you has cheeseburger? Are you even still a thing? Oh my god, you're still a sight. I can has cheeseburger. I've reached the age where my train of thought often leaves the station without me. Yup, yup, that's me. I'll do a lot of things, but admitting to my mom I'm cold when she told me to wear a jacket is not one of them. Yup. Anyway. Uh huh. Anyway. So Komodo, what are you are you pondering what I'm pondering? By the way, um where is it? Where is it? Where is it? One, two. I have to finish five de- to finish off 5 decks. I need a grand total of 15 cards. 6 for Kozilek, which is my mono brown control. 6 for Squee, my mono red auras deck. And then 3 other cards. I need 3 other cards, or sorry, 3 other decks need 1 card each. And some of the cards I need are like random janky commons that I just like Revoke Demise. I need a copy of Revoke Demise. It's like I need this, but it's only in Foundation's Jumpstart, which means good luck paying it down. Because nobody opens Foundation's Jumpstart, which is sad. But yeah, you want to play 5 color gods? Um, yeah, I tried. I tried. Yeah, they don't have um those 15 cards that I need. I think they might have one. Some of the stuff that I really need, like Allosaurus Shepherd, unless unless I pin down something like uh, what do you call it? What do you call it? Unless I go something like face-to-face games, I'm not gonna be able to pin them down. Anyway, yeah, you're talking about 5 color gods. Guess who I'm thinking? I have no idea who you're thinking of. Guess who I'm thinking of for your general? Give you a hint. We had a deal with her in D&D. No, Holly, stop that. Stop that. No, I think Komodo knows who I'm talking about. Epic campaign. Yeah, except it was face, not back. But yes, boop. This one. No, butternut souffle. No, this one. She's a 5-color god. And she is a card that I'm pretty sure Komodo probably has a copy floating around. What the heck is the secret lair drop? Oh, the Monster Manual version. Cool. Yeah, the Monster Manual version is like almost 100 US. That's insane. Yeah, any gods that I'm picking up specifically because exactly. Any gods that I'm picking up specifically because they're gods, I'm picking up because I'm building Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck. I think uh, Komodo. I think the person that you live with may have mentioned, or I may have mentioned, to you about my Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck. It has gods. It has trap cards. It has stuff that can come and play face down. It's got a couple of Regakis. I am. I still can't believe I forgot to put something. Oh no, maybe I didn't forget to put in a pot of greed. I'm not sure now. You're gonna make me look this up now. How dare you? What a terrible person you are. Boop, noodle. Visual. Boop, 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 boop. You. Do I have? Oh my dog! I did not add one. I also made a custom card for no see if I find that. Um, I think I forgot to add. I think I forgot to add some kind of pot of greed effect in here. Yours is a bit different. Yeah. Uh, I could kind of fake pot of greed with Erebos, I guess. And it's blue and blue. Are you sure? It's blue and blue and blue and blue. Um, Divination. It is. It is. Pot of greed. Images. Boop. It is literally. It's a spell card that literally just has the words pot of greed on it. Wow, you are terrible. It is literally this. And it is considered one of the most broken cards in Yu Gi Oh! Because keep in mind, Yu Gi Oh! Doesn't have anything along the lines of a mana system. So the fact that you can play a card with no cost to it and go plus a card is actually a fair bit. But it's considered strong enough in the game that it's really hard to play legitimately in any format it ends up being what we would call either restricted or banned. And if they try and reprint this kind of effect, it's like, you know how they always try and redo Black Lotus? They always try and give us another Black Lotus-ish effect. But it'll be Black Lotus, but it's got, you know, there's a time delay. It's Black Lotus, but it costs a fair bit. It's Black Lotus, but it's Black Lotus, but yeah, Pot of Greed is one of those wells they keep going back to as well. They keep trying to find a way to recreate it. Ancestral Recall, Counterspell. You know, these are all cards that they keep trying to recreate. Demonic Tutor, when they gave us, they tried doing, what was it? Diabolic Intent and Inferno Tutor and I mean, yes and no. Time Warp, I would think more like Temporal Mastery, because Temporal Mastery, if you miracle it, you cast it for 2 mana. So, or what's that one that's in, I think it's MH2, that's basically Time Twister? Yeah, but like they kept trying to give us, they kept trying to find ways to give us Demonic Tutor. Like even at Demonic Tutor's cost, and they gave us cards like Tainted Pact, which end up really broken. Yeah, and then the Shocklands came out, and then people were like, "Oh my God, why would I put?" I mean, the Shocklands are still generally better than the Painlands, but the Painlands do have times that they are more useful than the Shocklands. Anywho, in general, yes, but then once I think it's Rise of the Eldrazi came out, Painlands actually had a legitimate, yes, the Painlands had a legitimate reason for existing, like for being played in actual competitive formats. And sometimes you're playing them in like, you know, well, a monocolored 2-color deck, because you wanted lands that could tap for colorless or tap for the one actual color you were playing. So if you were playing, let's say, a mono blue Eldrazi deck, you'd want a land that could tap for blue or for colorless. So you would run Atacur Wastes, and you would run Underground River, and, you know, stuff of that nature, because they were basically dual lands in your deck, because they tap for specifically colorless mana when you needed it to, or they would tap for colorless mana. They would tap for, in this case, blue when you needed them to. Anyway, distracting distractions are distracting. Use 11. 11. That's in about almost 3 hours. We have to wait almost 3 hours to get the news. Ah! But yes, yeah, Komodo. You know, Mm. So I have to work. I have to work tomorrow at the store. So, all right. I will have to look at it later. Um, because I've been on stream for over 2 hours. I still haven't finished going through White yet. But to be fair, I spent the first hour basically going through the background. Yes. Well, you would know this if, you actually, responded to text or picked up the phone if I called or, you know. Yes, I've been back at the I've been able to get hours um in town for the last month now. Yeah, I'm generally getting about 2 shifts a week. Usually about 3 hours a shift. Yeah, haven't seen you try to get hold of me for anything. So there. Nah. Bolsheviks. Let's see. When was the last time I tried messaging you? Um okay. It's been about a month, but I tried messaging you in September. Messaged you a few times in August and no answer, no answer, no answer. I'm at Montreal Comic Con. Hey, by the way, here's the thing that you might have an interest in. Um, Send you links about stuff that I think you'd be interested in. No, Holly, I'm talking about Komodo. I'll send her stuff on Facebook. Yes, and you didn't even look at it. Or if you did look at it, you said absolutely nothing. No lol, no thumbs up, no anything. Yeah. How do I know that you've hit getting fired? What? Okay. Um, this is not a thing we should be talking about on stream. When's a good time tomorrow to get hold of you? Or I can try and call you after I'm done my stream, which hopefully will be before midnight. Okay. What are my shifts tomorrow? I'm I'm not asking where. Because don't forget, this is stuff that's being put out on the internet, like that other people will see. Um, where are you? There. Okay. I am 1 to 4 tomorrow. So I will try and call you on my way in. So that should give me about half an hour-ish. Okay. I'll, I'll, I'll call you on my way home then. Uh, oh, I mean, okay, let me think here. Alright, last thing I tried sending to you on Facebook was in July. But like the last few things that I sent you on Facebook, there was no reaction to either. Anywho, I know. Whine, 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 bitch, 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 spell you complain. I know I sound like an old woman, don't I? Okay, see you, Komodo. Anyone that you know that I know in that group, tell them I say hi. Yeah, Holly, I will. Holly, like I said, I'm working 1 till 4 at the store tomorrow. Text me and let me know when a good time to try and call you is, because like I said before, I probably won't end up finishing till sometime between like 11 and midnight, realistically. So text me and let me know when a good time to try and call you is, because you are an impossible person to pin down most days. You know she can dance if she wants to. How many days a week does she go in anyway? Is she like? Because I honestly don't know. I thought it was like once or twice a week, but it's like 3 right now, 4 after Thanksgiving. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. Okay. So what, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday usually? And I'm presuming Monday to Thursday after that? Oh. Cool. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, so Tuesdays you don't have any excuse for not joining the stream longer. So there. Yeah. Yeah, except when I'm watching propaganda, in which case it's this. Woo. Anyway. But yeah, the problem with a lot of the cards that has Soul Shift is that they need to be big enough to be worth playing. Like you you really want a card that is big enough for its cost, even if it didn't have Soul Shift. So like I'm looking at a 5 mana 2/3 flyer, which I would see as that's kind of like in modern times, that would be like a 3 mana card there. Back then, that would probably be a 4 mana card if you're paying white plus, white plus 3. Or you could go double white plus 1, but realistically, white plus 3. You're paying an extra mana for, you know, nice. 7:30, bottom of the first. Yeah, no, they they've got to be. Oh wait, They're still playing the Yankees, aren't they? It feels like the Yankees haven't even shown up so far. Um. So yeah, you're paying like one extra mana, like 1 to 1.5 mana for Soul Shift 4. But the problem is you're still paying like 5 mana for a 2/3 flyer, which feels too much. You know, compare that to, the next card, which is Kami of the Palace Fields. For an extra mana, sure, your stats are flipped around. You still have flying, but at least you get first strike added onto it. And Soul Shift for one more. So it's I don't know. I'm rather meh about these two. I prefer the Kami of Palace Fields because it's got first strike. Excuse me a moment. My door is trying to draft its way open. And I don't mean draft in the Magic the Gathering sense. Pickle juice. Hey, pickle juice can be really good. Depends on the kind of pickles they are. But yeah, I prefer the Kami mostly due to the fact that it's got first strike. But I'm still kind of meh about it in the first place. Alright, let's get through blue. Let's try and at least plow through blue because this has already been 2.5 hours. River Kaijin, it's fine. This basically averages to a 2/3 creature in blue, which is about right. Is a spirit, is vanilla. Uh, you're probably looking at double blue for this. So, and again, a colored mana can occasionally be converted in a 2 colorless. Um, so this feels about right. Again, I see lopsided stats like this. My first impression is some kind of not colorless toughness matters deck. Yeah, so does so does anything that's not a player. The problem with this in a toughness matters deck is that you can easily get, even if you're looking in blue, you can easily get a 0/4 for a blue and occasionally get a 0/5 for a blue. Power equals 0. Well, power equals 0. Toughness equals Uh, 5 is vanilla mana value equal 1. Aegis Turtle. Couldn't remember for sure what its name was. It's a 0/5 for 1 mana, which in a Toughness Matters deck basically gives you a 1 mana 5/5. Okay, so you're the only one. I want to get on my. Okay, Holly. Say hi the wifey for me. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Tell her I say hi. uh, yeah, people I've known for way too many years. I know way too many things. We 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 have stories between us. In jokes are sometimes best jokes. Anyway, but yeah, River Kaijin, eh. The like if you're building a blue like the thing is like even if you're building a mono blue vanilla deck, I would want to be running like Blind Phantasm first. And by now you might be able to get away with a 3/2 or possibly a 3/3. I know for sure at 1 mana you can get a 1/2 in blue with abilities, which feels wrong, but that's a thing. So, River Kaijin, it's hard to find a good home for it. Hisoka's Defiance, slightly more playable. Again, counter target spirit spell, a counter target spell that's got changeling. So, not only all your changelings that you would expect, like Mirror Entity. There we go. Sitting there trying to remember the name of the card. Mirror Entity, um, which is great for suddenly going, hey, by the way, I attack you with like, you know, a dozen 8/8s that were like, 1/1s and 2/2s and, 0/3s and whatever before combat. Um, Thunk. To what's that card that sees play in all the elf decks that I can never remember the name of? Uh, it's from Kaldheim. That, Mass Vandal. I do not know why I can never remember the name of this card. Uh, it's got Changeling. And here's the thing. When it has Changeling, and it says it has every creature type, this is not just when it's in play. Keep this in mind. This is when it's in your library. This is when it's in your graveyard. This is when it is being cast. This is like everywhere. In all places, this has all creature types. This is a 24/7 thing. So Hisoka's Defiance, understandably, a little bit better than River Kaijin. And Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. I have to share stream again. I will hopefully make this quick. I apologize, people. I will try and be quicker this time. No promises. I've got to find a way to put music on, like hold music sort of thing. I'll be right back. Hello? Oh, shit. Good lord. Yeah, thank you. Uh, wow, I feel like an idiot now. I'm afraid to find out how much I've gone through and did not have. Okay. You start off with Atla Palani. I don't remember which one Palani is. I think that's a. Okay. Oh, that's eggs. Okay. That wants to make. Alright, but I'm thinking something blue or World Shaper. Oh, World Shaper, you're talking the deck, aren't you? Um, MTG Commander deck World Shaper list. Let's go here. Which is second land. Okay. So this one wants to sack lands and play extra lands for fun and profit. Got it. You're playing Jund, so that makes sense. Yeah, there's something blue or World Shaper. Um, I don't think there's a wrong way to do it. My problem is on the opposite end. I've been playing for over 30 years. So, uh, I've been playing for over 30 years. So, I am more, but again, I'm also a very casual player. I I like creating my own lists and just going off of that. Um, so what you let's see if I can. That is a link to this page here, which is a list of a bunch of decks that I am at in some way, shape, or form working on. Uh, some of these, like my last roll deck here, I've actually got physically built. Some of them are, where is it here? I have a few cards left that I need to get for them. If you're new to the game, and okay, if you're new to the game, and if you're interested in putting together something that is relatively budget friendly, I would look at the ones that are marked commons only first. Because as as the heading suggests, the cards are all commons, which generally means they're also going to be relatively cheap. I'm not going to say you should build these, but for example, this deck is showing up as like basically 22 US on TCG Player, or even if you're getting it through Card Kingdom, it's under $50. And this is a mono green commons only deck that is you play elves who that tap for mana or get extra land out somehow, and then you have some kind of thing to um basically give you some kind of payoff for having all that extra mana. You know, Wild Heart Invoker, for example. For 8 mana, target creature gets +5/+5 and gains trample till end of turn. Cool, I've got like 24 extra mana floating around. Alright, I'll pump these two guys. By the way, they also get trample. Or probably a little more reasonably, Spectral Hunt Caller. For 6 mana, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample till end of turn. And keep in mind, as long as you can pay the cost, you can keep activating the ability. There is also a cute little 3-card combo in here. One card that you need is Ivy Lane Denizen. Whenever another green creature enters under your control, put +1 counter on target creature. Okay. So, almost every single creature that's in this deck, there's a handful of exceptions, but almost every creature in this deck is green. At 2 mana, we have Devoted Druid, which 0/0/2 taps to generate a green mana, and you can put a -1 counter on it to untap it. If it has a +1/+1 counter and a -1/-1 counter, those two counters cancel out each other. So if you generate mana with this, put a -1 counter on it to untap it, tap it again, and cast another creature with Ivy Lane Denizen out. Ivy Lane Denizen will see a green creature enter, put a +1 counter on something like the Devoted Druid. The +1/+1 and -1/-1 counters will cancel each other out, so this will be back to counter-wise neutral. You with me so far? The third piece, let's see if I can find it here. There it is. Presence of Gond. 1 green, 2 other. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has tap, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. You cast this on Devoted Druid. Devoted Druid now has 2 different abilities that can have it tap. You can tap it for mana, or you can tap it to make a token. That token is a green creature. So, Devoted Druid in play, Presence of Gond on it. You tap the Druid, you make a 1/1 token. Ivy Lane Denizen sees the fact that a token has been made, sees the fact that a green creature has come into play, and puts a +1 counter on the Druid. You put a -1 counter on the Druid to untap it. The counters cancel each other out. You're back at the same place where you started, with an extra 1/1 token and with an extra creature in play. you keep going through this routine, you end up with an infinite number of creatures. You basically stop when you want to stop. And if you really, really want, as soon as it decides it wants to come up, come on. Okay. You don't want to open. Boop. Wow. Alright, fine. Open image, a new tab. Be that way. If you really want, you have this to suddenly give, cool, I've got this giant list of 1/1 tokens. Okay. I'll tap my crashing drawbridge, give them all haste. I attack with 1,000 tokens. I'll send 300 this way, 300 this way, 300 this way, and I'll keep 100 back just in case I suddenly need a block. Chances are you will kill everybody at the table for that. Yes, you can do that all in a single turn. You need a 2 mana creature, you need a 3 mana enchantment on the creature, and you need a 4 mana spell, or a 4 mana creature. You have, this deck has Shrine Steward as an additional way. You know, when it enters, you may search for an aura or shrine card. Relevantly, an aura, i.e., Presence of Gaunt. So you have an extra way to find Presence of Gaunt with Shrine Steward. And you have, where is it? It's a 2-drop, I think. Yeah. And you have Wireward Herald. When it dies, you can search for an elf card, reveal it and put it in your hand and shuffle. So if you've got a way to kill off the Herald somehow, I don't think I have a specific way to kill it in here. As something I probably should have done. Let me see if I can see something quickly. Oh! Worst case scenario, Viridian Longbow. It's only a 1/1. So Viridian Longbow, you can equip Viridian Longbow to its, to the Herald, ping itself, kill it that way, tutor up something else. So if you need Devoted Druid, or you need Ivy Lane Denizen, both of which are Rels, you have that option. This does run less land than my typical commander decks because it's got so many elves and other stuff that can generate mana. Like Arbor Elf taps, tap to untap a force, basically tap for green. Birchlore Rangers tap 2 elves to make a mana. Boreal Druid taps for mana. Elvish Mystic taps for mana. Thin-Horn Elves taps for mana. Jaspera Sentinel, tap it and tap an untapped creature you control for mana. Llanowar Elves taps for mana. Querying Ranger returns a force you control to owner's hand to untap a creature, which means you can tap to make more mana. Skyshred Ranger drops lands into play. And those are just the 1-drops. 2 drops, there's more of the same. Uh, do I have the 3 L's in a trench coat? I do not have 3 L's in a trench coat. Okay. Might be a higher rarity. Yeah, there's Llanowar Tribe is basically, if you see Llanowar Elves, it's literally Llanowar Elves times 3. And I think it be might be uncommon. Yeah, it's uncommon. So, uh, so it is. It's an elf deck that has a 3 card infinite when a 3 card infinite combo, and you can add a 4th card to just make it a I win now combo. Plus, here's a few of the lands. Either cycle, or you can sack them to draw cards, or something of that nature. Yes, yeah, that is if you go down to that's this one here. That's my green commons deck here. So there's if it says yes, and then you look under green, and it's this one. Um, and yeah, it's a cheap enough deck to build. Um, and I also like my removal to be as flexible as possible. Um, you know what? Let me pull you back up for a moment. I know I don't have a lot of removal in this deck specifically. Um, because I'm aiming towards one specific deck, like one specific play style. I honestly, I've been playing for over 30 years. I don't think I've ever played an Elves deck before. Which feels weird to say, but I think that's accurate. Um, let's see, what have I got for removal of any sort here? Oh yeah, I do have a sack outlet. Elvish Sky Sweeper. Oh look, there's a flying in play. I can pay 5 mana and sack any elf I want to blow up a flyer. Cool. I have another way, so that's at least one way I've got to blow up my own. Sorry, 2 ways to blow up my own Wirewood Herald. Oh yeah, Wirewood Pride. If you've got say 4 Rells in play, this is just huge. Also, keep in mind that it says we're, X's number of L's on the battlefield. A, that counts your opponent's stuff. B, it doesn't just have to say elf on the card, like, elf warrior here. If it has elf in the type, or if it has changeling. Because changelings have all creature types in all zones, which means in play, in your hand, in your library, in your graveyard, wherever. It still counts as all creature types, which in this case includes elves. So if anybody's got something with changeling in play, Wirewood Pride will see that and will count it towards that plus X plus X. Of course, there we go. Atraxas Fall. I like Atraxas Fall because of its flexibility. 2 mana, blow up one of like 4 different types of things. chances are it's going to be an artifact or an enchantment. Oh, nice dragon you got. Kill it. Elvish Hunter taps down a creature. Basically, oh, that thing's tapped? Cool, it's not untapping next turn. Elvish Vanguard gets big when you're playing more elves. What else have I got that's along the lines of removal? Oh yeah, Night Soil eats creature cards out of graveyards. Really fun when somebody is trying to bring something back for the graveyard and then you go, oh, you're targeting that? Okay, in response, I'll eat it and I'll eat that too. Wait, what? Yeah, no, you can't have them. Thornwilled Archer has Death Touch. Any damage it deals is considered lethal damage and will destroy the creature. So, this combined with Viridian Longbow, tap, deal a point of damage to that, which means Death Touch damage, so kill it, please. Arachnus Web, not a great card for this slot, but it basically shuts down any creature that is on the smaller side. So unless somebody is loading their loading up the creature with enchantments or equipment, it's probably going to shut down the creature. As long as it's on the smaller side, i.e. power less than 4. What else have I got here? Yeah, this is a little more straightforward. Timberwatch Elf, tap. Target creature gets +X till end of turn, where X is number of elves on the battlefield. This is basically Wirewood Pride as an activated ability. Keep in mind, there's nothing on here that says when you can play this, so you can activate this at any time as long as it's, got past summoning sickness. So you can't do it the turn you played it, but once it started your turn, once it started play on your side at the beginning of your turn, it's like, cool, thunk. So, in the middle of combat, oh, you're blocking with what? Okay, tap, make this thing huge. Unstable Obelisk, you're generating a bunch of mana. 7 tap and sack, destroy target permanent. Venomous Fangs, whenever enchanted creature deals damage to a creature, destroy that creature. This basically turns any this basically gives any creature essentially Death Touch. So if your Viridian Longbow ends up somewhere else, you can throw Venomous Fangs on that something else. Do I have... I do not have. Okay. And lands that are in here, I've got stuff like Quicksand. You can sack it to give a non-flying attacking creature -1/-2 till end of turn. That's on a land. Haunted Fengraf, you can sack to bring creatures from your graveyard back to your hand. Random, but... and you combine that with stuff like Scare Tiller. Whenever it becomes tapped, you can either take a land card that's in your hand and put it into play, tapped, or do the same for one from your graveyard. Captivating Cave and Cave of Temptation, you can sack either of them to put 2/1 counters on a thing. And the normal way of tapping a creature, realistically, is attacking it, attacking with it. Well, I've also got Holdout Settlement and Survivor's Encampment, which say tap it and an untapped creature control, like the Scare Tiller, to get a mana. I've also got Jasper's Sentinel all the way back up here, and I think maybe something else that has a similar ability. So you can tap them without having to attack. Also, again, Viridian Longbow does that same effect. So you have lots, you have lots of ways of getting, like, even if you end up cycling some of these lands, you can get them back into play later. Or, Hunter Maze. I'll sack it to draw a card, then I'll use Scared Tiller to bring it back into play, and then I'll sack it again the following turn. And then Scared Tiller it back into play and sack it again the following turn. Yeah. And again, this deck is nothing but commons. I have, fair warning, I have yet to try it out. But I do have it, I think it's this box. Yep, there it is. Because it's just commons, I do actually have it built. And I'm just waiting to get a chance to actually try it somewhere, somehow. But it's going to be a fairly straightforward deck. It's basically going to be generate a bunch of mana, a handful of payoffs for it, a one combo, a simple combo, infinite combo that's like 3 cards to pull off. And not very much way to find the extra pieces. But there are ways to find them. If you're not looking for something like that, one that I have tried that I kind of enjoy is my mono white commons, which, is going to be a bit more. Go away. Largely on the back, most of which is coming from this. Ashnod's Altar is not a card that this deck needs. But it's, if I go details, yeah, it's showing up as like $9. If I go back to the overview, $35. $9 of that is just from Ashnod's Altar. It doesn't need Ashnod's Altar. It's a nice to have. Thor Stone's almost $3. Anybody else I've got? It's expensive. Mirror Retriever's $3. I'm looking at the wrong deck. I apologize. Wow. That should be this one. How much are you? Oh, this is even better. This is less than $18. Okay, I feel better about this one. Suture Priest is almost $2. Oh yeah, it also has an Ashnod's Altar. Again, doesn't need it. Urgolem's Sai is almost $2. And apparently it doesn't know what a plains is. But this particular deck is based around the idea of And again, this is one that I have played. That is... Oh, no, I know where you are. No? Are you in here then? Excuse you. You're red. Where did I... Nope. I moved you. Where did I move you? I see you. Urgh. This one. This is my mono white deck. Again, commons only. But the premise of this deck is I spend one card, I get at least 2 bodies out of it. Which means it recovers from a board wipe real fast. If you look at Raise the Alarm, for example, this is basically the conceptual starting point for this deck. You pay 2 mana, you get 2 bodies. So anything that does something similar to that, or for example, Attended Night, when it comes into play, you make a body in addition to itself. So I've got 11 cards there. I've got 13 cards that are most times going to get me at least 3 bodies. Some of them are going to get me more. You know, Recruit the Worthy. It looks like it only gets me 1, but it's 1 white to cast it normally. Or I can pay white plus 3, and when it resolves, this goes back to my hand instead of into the graveyard. So I can do it again the next turn, and the next turn, and the next turn. With all these bodies, I've got a suite of cards who they're primarily to, you know, cool. I'm going to attack. I pay 3 mana. I'm attacking with 5 creatures. They're all 1/1s. Okay. Now they're all 3/3s till end of turn. So instead of attacking for 5, I'm attacking for 15. Thunk. A reasonable amount of removal. Outflank. You see outflank here? Replace it with Thraben Charm. Thraben Charm did not exist yet. It's 1 more mana. Deals much more damage. Or eats any number of graveyards I want. Or blows up an enchantment. So if you see outflank, if you can pin down a copy of Thraben Charm instead, do that. Also notice how Introduction to Annihilation, exile target non-land permanent. Buyer Silence, exile target non-land permanent. Secure the Scene, exile target non-land permanent. They all get either a card, a treasure, or a soldier to replace it. But, nice dragon you got. Kill it. Actually, don't even kill it. Exile it. Angelic Purge. Couple mana less. But instead of them getting something for it, you have to sacrifice a permanent. But that's a permanent. That's not sack a creature, sack a... No. That is sacrifice anything that you want that you can spare. I've got 12 creatures on the board. Cool, I'll sacrifice this 1 token. It's late in the game. I've got 8 lands in play. Okay, I'll sacrifice a tapped land. Goodbye. Then some payoffs for stuff entering the battlefield. A few ways to draw additional cards. Some, you know, 2 sack outlets. Um, Funny thing about Fanatical Devotion and other cards like this. Anything that has you sacrifice a thing to affect a thing that falls into the same category. I'll explain what I mean in a moment. When you're casting spells or activating abilities or anything of that note in Magic, you choose targets before you pay costs. Okay? Let's pull up Fanatical Devotion. Sacrifice a creature, regenerate target creature. You choose targets before you pay costs. You can technically, here's the creature I've got in play. Fanatical Devotion. I'm going to activate Fanatical Devotion targeting this creature. In response, I will sacrifice this creature. What? There are reasons to do that. Now, the regenerating itself will fail because the target is no longer valid, but that doesn't matter. The primary reason you would want to do something like that is if somebody is trying to, for example, if somebody is trying to exile your creature. Or if if it's the only creature you've got on the board and you want to stop somebody from gaining life because they've got a creature with lifelink. Lifelink only applies if it deals damage to something. If you block a creature that's got lifelink and then sacrifice the creature before the lifelinker can deal damage, there's nothing for it to deal damage to, therefore they won't gain the life. Another example is Wasteland. You choose targets before you pay costs. Destroy target non-basic land. Wasteland is a land. That doesn't have the basic type, so therefore it's non-basic. So it can be the target of its own ability. Well, why would you do that? This is one example. Price of Progress deals damage to each player equal to twice the number of non-basic lands that player controls. So, and this used to be a thing in, I can't remember if it was Legacy or Vintage. One of those giant formats where you can play all the cards and multiple copies instead of just one of each. And somebody would play this. And one of the ways to save yourself 2 damage was wastelanding your own wasteland. Yes, you're down to land, but you save yourself 2 damage. This is a card that would be getting played in a burn deck. Something designed to, burn your opponent's face off. This can easily do 6, 8, 10 damage during, every time you cast it for 2 mana. In a 1v1 format where you only start off with 20 life. So suddenly, wastelanding your own land, okay, maybe I'll draw another land on my next turn, or maybe I've got enough lands in play that I can afford it. suddenly saving yourself a couple of points of damage could mean living an extra turn. Seal of Primordium, same idea. You can. This works the same as the Wasteland situation. It is an enchantment. It does follow into what you're trying to blow up. Sacrifice it. You. This is less likely to be a thing to be needed, but it is a thing that can happen. So Fanatical Devotion, you may end up needing to play that kind of trick. And yeah, the rest of this deck is just more typical, more typical stuff. But this deck actually plays fairly decently, and because the concept of the deck is spend one card, get at least 2 bodies, and like a quarter of the deck at least is based around that. This recovers from a massive board weight fairly quickly, fairly easily. And again, is like you can build it for under $20, and most of the stuff is just like random jank. So if you're looking for an inexpensive deck to build, and then you start going to the flip side. If you want to start doing some crazy stuff, this is the sort of deck that you might want to look into once you're used to the deck. Note that it's pushing $300-400 because a lot of the stuff, including the general, a lot of the stuff is like Chalice of the Void is $18. The Immortal Sun's $10. Kozilek Butcher of Truth is $42. Chromatic Orrery's $44. Wasteland is $26. City of Shadows is almost $60. And even the mana base, the basic lands are like, 75 cents plus a pop. Just because that's a strictly colorless deck and I want the appropriate basics for it. So it's going to cost more just for the basic lands. I'm afraid to find out what my most expensive list so far is. I will figure that out later. Anyway, you did give me a link to look at, and I have not. There we go. What does the mock say? De-story the eggs. There has no story left. Alright. Shields of Ellisfell, Mirror Entity. That's hilarious. Rock Egg, Group Wind Defenses. I wonder what you've got that's... Oh, that's hilarious. I don't know if I have that in my dinosaur list. But that's funny. Wingmate Rock. Has everybody heard about the bird? Phyrexian Rebirth. Yep. Board Wipe. Trostani's Judgment. Oh, wait. You're making egg tokens. Right. Okay. Rootborn Defenses. Trostani's Judgment. Yep. Makes sense. Our Reckoning. Our Reckoning will keep your your eggs alive and blow up everything else. Yep, board wipe, board wipe. Um, um, you could also look into this card. It might be harder to pin down because it's only in Doctor Who, but it might be a card worth considering for this list. Red Dragon Master Outcast, which is hilarious. An ability of a shaman or another wizard. What are you? You're a shaman. Oh, that's cute. Rampaging Frostodon. Yep. Scytheclaw Raptor. Whenever a player casts a spell. Okay, yeah, that thing. Yep. Atali. Yep. Full flowering. It's a shame this deck does not also run blue. What are you? Doppelgang would be hilarious here. Druid's Deliverance. Descendant's Path. Beginning of your RP prevail fits a creature type. Shares with a creature you control. You may cast without paying its mana cost. Descendant's Path works really well with what do you call it? With a mirror entity in play because that's basically just any creature. Selesnya Eulogist. Just ways to eat stuff out of the graveyard is always good. You always want to make sure you've got some kind of ability like this, period. You may want to look into I haven't seen it on the list yet, but it might be further down. Scavenging Ooze is really good because it can eat any card from the graveyard. If it happens to be a creature card, the ooze gets bigger and you gain life. So having an effect, you might want a card, like another card in your deck of that nature. Thrushy Bee, yep. Fresh meat. Okay, yep. Board white happens, you've got extra mana floating around, next thing you know, hey, by the way. Monster Manual, return 5. Or sorry, mill 5, return a creature. Okay, yep. And you can put a creature from your hand on it. Yep. Second Harvest, duplicate all your tokens. Orange Frost Fang, attacking creatures you control have Death Touch. Yep. I thought about that card for mono black, my mono green control deck. I'll show you what I came up with in a moment. Overwhelming Stampede. Yeah, okay. Haven't finished looking through the green, but if you can pin one down, Craterhoof Behemoth is the better version of that kind of ability, but it's basically the best version of that ability, but it's also got, a price to match. Let's see here. Whoops. Checklist. USD. Yeah, so the original one. 8 mana for 5/5 with haste. When it enters, creatures you control Get plus X till end of turn and trample. X is the number of creatures you control. Chances are that will probably be bigger than um the highest power that you've got. Not necessarily, but um you know, because if you've got like 7 creatures in play and the biggest is a 3/3, Overwhelming Stampede will give +3/+3. Crater Hoof will give +7/+7. Um, Thankfully, it's a lot less expensive than I expected, which is nice. Primal Vigor is nice. Seedborn Muse, Shamanic Revelation, Thragtusk. Note that Thragtusk ability is when it leaves the battlefield, not when it dies. So if you have a way to return it back to your hand, for example, or exile it and have it come back, you will still get that ability. So something of that nature may not be a bad idea. Um, Earthshaker Drachma, Rampaging Balos, yep. Soul Zendikar. I like the souls. I think this is a great cycle. This is I'm a bit less interested in Soul Zendikar in general, but the souls in general are a great cycle. When enter another night, equal that creature's toughness. Yep. Galta, yep. World Spine Worm. Yep. When is you may pay 2 target dinosaur you control deals damage. Cute. Yep. I'm wondering if you might have too much one-shot populate. I'm unsure of that. Not saying you do, I'm not saying you don't. But it is a thing to... I don't know if you've played this. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's at the top. Okay. Power 5 or greater. Choose one. I don't know. Naya Charm feels kind of weak. I think there's better options for that. Creatures you could. Yep. Yep. To bring it for upkeep, populate. Whenever. Yep. Whenever. Have haste. When it enters, make 2 eggs. Yeah, Zakama, I really like Zakama. Masquid Nexus turns everything into an egg. 16 lands. That feels light. How many cards is this? 1, 12, 12 and 26, 36, 38, 48, 58, 67. 77, 83. 83. So you've got room for like 17 basic lands. Okay. So 17 basic lands. 4, 2, and 1. 4, 2, and 1. So 7, 17, 2.5. 10. 10, 5, and 2, roughly. Very roughly speaking, you should have 10 forests, 5 plains, and 2 mountains. And assuming the rest of your mana base is good. Ah, shoot, that's not the way I wanted it. Is it this way? Nope. Nope. There we go. Those 1. Yeah, I would run some more dual lands. I want Sorry, I would run some more tri-lands. Because I don't see much that can tap for any color. Yeah, you don't have any lands in here that can tap for any color. So you're going to want... You're playing Naya. Blah, 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 blah. Ideally, you want these 3 here. Jetmir's Garden is going to be the most expensive one. So, about 15, let's say 15 US. Jungle Shrine is under $1. Rift Grove is under $1. So, depending on where you are, you might be able to swing all 3 of these for 15 combined. And then I would cut. Yeah. Yeah, if you're looking for bulk, what you really like, the Jungle Shrine and Rift's Grove, definitely you want those 2 in. Because Jetmir Garden, like I said, that's one that's going to actually end up costing money. Chances are that's not something your friend would consider bulk. Because even competitive formats really enjoy that cycle. But the other two are cards that Commander players have an interest in, and hardly anybody else. But then that could bring you down to somewhere around 15 lands. Also, any other 5-color lands that you can find. So, for example, I'm not saying you should run this card. I'm just saying something of this nature. The relevant part here is this. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Regardless of what else it does, this is the part that you're looking for. So, any land that you can find that can generate 1 mana of any color. Command Tower. Is Command Tower in here? Yeah, Command Tower should be in here. You're playing a deck largely based on a specific creature type. You should also have Opal Palace. What was it? Opal Palace. What were the other ones? Wonder if you'd be in here. Lands. No, I don't see you in there. Let's try the commons one. Nope. A couple of the filter lands might not be a terrible idea. Filter lands being stuff like Cave of Temptation here. Which, whoops. Blah. Damn it. Get back here. There. Taps for colorless. Or tap 1 and tap it to get a mana of any color. That's basically what we mean by a filter land. It's because you can filter, like, let's say you've got enough green mana, but you need red mana. You tap a green and tap it, and you make a red. So you filtered it from one color into another. So a couple of cards of that nature might not be a terrible idea. Study Hall is also a good option, because this allows you, if you spend the mana to cast your commander, you get to scry, where X is the number of times it's been cast from the command zone this game, which isn't terrible. If you've had to cast it like 3 times and then you do Study Hall, okay, now I'm casting it for the 4th time, but now I get to look 4 cards deep and see if there's anything that I want. And if I don't want any of them, I send them all to the bottom. And if there's stuff I want, I keep those guys on top. So it doesn't hurt to have lands that give you options. Cards you show, I add those, but I have to go to. Yeah, no worries. And thanks for letting me know that that I was on mute. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through a bunch of this stuff and just go plow through a bunch of this real quick. It's not your fault. I'm just gonna have to take a moment to figure out where I left off. Do you remember what I was saying when it went quiet? Like, had I finished... Did you hear me talk about this card yet? Yeah, that would have been one of my former roommates and blue version of Border Patrol. Blue version of Border Patrol. What was Border Patrol? One six. Yeah, the thing is, I want to turn around and be able to go through stuff now. Stream videos. What's today? 10/17. 2025. 10:07. Yeah, haven't seen you try to get hold of me for it. Okay, well, the VOD shows, or not the VOD, the actual video shows up. Son of a biscuit. Okay. Okay. You didn't seem that. Alright. I will have to zip through blue and black fast then. Wow, that's annoying. Okay. Alright. I am going to have to TLDR. I'm going to have to TLDR blue and black, and I'll just have to figure out what happened since then. Okay. Alright. Good night. Good night, Alex. Good luck. Hope you have fun. Son of a biscuit. Okay. Can I... I don't know if I've got a way to check a currently streaming video. Oh well. Screw it. Okay. Don't remember what I was saying before. Well, let me rephrase that. Don't remember where I left off. I'm going to have to zip through this real fast. Okay. Um. Oh, no. Holly was here. I got through... No, she came in when I was working on white. I had just started working on blue when she left. Okay. Yeah, okay. Alright. River Kaijin. Only place I can see this remotely being playable, mono blue commons. Or not mono blue commons, mono blue vanilla. Not really worth playing elsewhere. Hisoka's Defiance, anything that's got changeling is a spirit, so therefore this will counter a anything that's got changeling. Arcane, uh you might hit the occasional thing. Honestly, I would just play Counterspell. Chances are your mana base will support Counterspell anyway. And even if it doesn't, you've got other cards like Arcane Denial and Vex that you can play instead. Cut the Tethers. If you do something crazy like fractured identity on a Mask with Nexus, you turn around and give everybody else a Mask with Nexus. You lose yours. Oh well, you're playing white. You've got ways to get it back. Not easily, but you have ways to get it back. At which point, then you can go cut the tethers. Everybody's going to have all the creatures or spirits, so suddenly all those spirits are going to get bounced unless they pay 3 per creature they've got. They're not going to want to. They might keep 1. They might be able to keep 2, and everything else gets blown up. That being said, even without doing some kind of crazy shenanigans like that, you'll probably be able to hit about 4 creatures in a typical game, due to things like changelings. Field of Reality. This I see as a combo piece because you can pay 3 mana to cast it, 2 to return it back to your hand. It does not have to enchant a creature you control, it just has to enchant a creature. So that means for every 5 mana, you are looking at for every 5 mana, you're looking at Storm Count 1. If you can generate a whole stack of mana, you've got a bunch of Storm Count available. Obviously, that can be reduced. Realistically, that can be reduced down to, I could see 3 mana, like 2 blue plus 1, via things like Sapphire Medallion and the like, being able to drop it down. Callous Deceiver, less good than the white one because blue has got so many ways to manipulate the top of its deck. It's a thing that it does. Scry, Surveil, etc., etc. Much less interesting than the white one. Pretty strong pass on that. Wandering Ones, you're playing this because it's a 1 mana spirit. That's basically it. There's no other good reason that I can think of to play this. It is better if you can find a way to give it flash as an example. Leyline of Anticipation suddenly makes this a lot better because then anything that wants you to be able to cast a spirit or arcane spell, like for example Guardian of Solitude. Not saying I would suggest Guardian of Solitude, but it's whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, target creature gains flying till end of turn. Cool. Leyline of Anticipation, Wandering Ones. So for 1 mana, I get a 1/1, and hey, by the way, something gets flying till end of turn. So that would be the reason to play a card like Wandering Ones. Thoughtbind counters. So mana value. Generally speaking, mana value 5 is like the top end of where you want to be casting stuff. 6 and higher is basically big creatures. Anything so this is going to hit a lot of stuff, but again, the problem with this is like you might as well be playing Counterspell, Vex, Arcane Denial. Also, even a bunch of the 1 mana counterspells. Strict Serenade, I think, is one of them. Yes, Strict Serenade, and there's Strict Serenade and whatever the other one was called, Swan Song. Better options. There's also the Offer You Can't Refuse, and a lot of these 1 mana counter spells that counter target spell of a group of color. Here's a group of options that you can get. Are actually really strong and powerful. Mystic Restraints, I was comparing to Weakstone Subjugation. You basically are playing this because of this last ability and this first ability. You're playing it because it's got flash and it taps, it stops the creature from untapping. If there's a better version of this effect, I don't know of one. The first card I would play for this slot would be Weakstone Subjugation, which you lose flash, but it's only a single blue to cast, and it's got a enter the battlefield ability of paying 3 to tap whatever it's enchanting, and it can enchant a creature or an artifact, which suddenly means it can go on an artifact land, which ends up making things really good. Kamiya Twisted Reflection, you want this as a protection spell. for your general, and you occasionally want it for other things, but I think this is largely the primary place you want it in a format like Commander. You want a card like this to protect your general. Um, Again, as I was mentioning to Alex, this is also another one of those cards that, because you choose targets before you pay costs, uh, you can sacrifice this to its own ability because you target itself, because it says return target creature, not target creature other than this, to owner's hand, and then sacrifice it for the cost, end up with this in your graveyard, not in your hand. But as a result, you are, if you suddenly need this in your graveyard for whatever reason, well, now you have a way. Guardian of Solitude, just pass. Um, for 2 more mana, you get Levitation. You've also got, if you want to go fairly high up the chain, you've got Archetype of Imagination, which not only gives your stuff flying, it also shuts your opponents down from being able to have it. And plus, you've also got Wonder, so you're playing blue. Chances are you've got an island of some sort, or rather, have an island in play, throw a Wonder in your graveyard, all your creatures have flying. Uh, Guardian Solid, not worth it. Hisoka's Guard, um, again, decent for protection. This is kind of like proto equipment. Keep in mind that equipment only came out the block earlier, so they weren't entirely sure how good equipment was going to be. So, still having some ways that if equipment ended up not being that good, we still had the proto equipment way to do things. And suddenly being able to give your guy Shroud in response to a removal spell counters the spell without actually countering it. Um, the rules are countering it because it's no longer a legal target. That being said, if your opponent can either remove Ahsoka's Guard um, before the spell or ability resolves, or tries to resolve, or untap Ahsoka's Guard, then suddenly their spell or ability goes through. That being said, it's still a decent protection. Lifted by Clouds, pass. In Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Revised, we had Jump, we had Flight. Um, Jump was the instant version, and it cost a single blue. Flight was the aura, it cost a single blue. Target creature / enchant creature gains flying. Why are you making me pay 3 mana for the same ability now? Or splice onto a crane for 2? No, just pass. Not worth it. Black. How far down black did I get? Ren Spirit, not worth playing. The easiest comparison I can think of for back then was Dark Banishing, which was the exact same cost, same speed. Also an instant. Destroy target non-black, non-artifact creature. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. I actually got that wrong, I think, when I said it before. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. Sounds pretty good. Thing is, for a slightly harder cost of 2 black plus 1 rather than 1 black plus 2, you get Murder, which can kill any creature. That being said, at this cost or easier, yeah, it is. You can get like Withering Torment. Is that the card I'm thinking of? Yeah, Withering Torment. Same cost. Also an instant. Destroy target creature or enchantment. Lose 2 life. Much better card than Ren Spirit. Yeah, it's an uncommon, not a common, but still. Versus what's the sorcery one? Feed the swarm. One black, one other sorcery. Destroy target artifact, or sorry, creature or enchantment opponent controls. You lose life equal to that permanent's mana value. Okay. Versus Ren Spirit, destroy target spirit. Its upside is it can hit changelings, but realistically, the amount of ways there are to just blow up target creature, period. Uh, no, just don't. Vilnos Ogre, if they were to build this card nowadays, they would turn around and probably get rid of the this creature can't block clause. Apart from that, I think it would be perfectly fine as is. The easiest way to pull this off, have this also be a demon. How do you do that? Well, there's a couple of ways. There are a couple of ways to handle this. One is to have a demon, another card that happens to be a demon play, like demonic wall, or sorry, demon wall, which is a 2 mana 3/3. You know, drop this on turn 2, this on turn 3, and this now has regeneration. And then after a couple of turns, you start putting counters on the wall and giving it the ability to suddenly attack. Enjoy. Your other option is to run a card like well, there's Masquerade Nexus to turn all your creatures into all creature types, including demon. You've also got Rune Stalactite, which gives equip creature all creature types as well as +1/+1. So suddenly, you're now looking at a 4/3 that's a ogre demon warrior plus jellyfish and cleric and everything else. Yeah, Villainous Ogre I think would be perfectly fine. Death Curse Ogre, not worth it. I can make, if I've got one person willing to do, to call the same thing as me, or I'm playing with voting cards at all, I can play, I can get the entire board losing 4 life, apart from me, for 2 mana as a common. Okay, so that means I'm paying 4 mana for a 3/3. Yeah, no, you can do better. You can do so much better. In fact, and again, this is a dice trigger, and the problem with the dice trigger is there's so much way to have stuff leave play without destroying it. For example, exile-based removal. Blue having more than most people realize, because you have cards like Icy Prism, which is basically a Journey to Nowhere that's got an upkeep cost of 3 mana, but anybody can pay that 3 mana. Resculpt, Raven Form, turn a artifact or creature into either Raven Form gives them a 1/1 flyer and Resculpt gives them a 4/4. And there's a few other cards of that type that will just turn around, and those are commons. Plus, you also get Introduction to Annihilation, which can, for 5 mana, exile target non-land permanent, its controller draws a card. Ooh, they get a card. I just killed your, 7/7. You here, have a card for it. Yeah, and those are all commons. So, yeah, not so thrilled with it. Pull under, forget it. Don't bother. There's so much better than pull under. Again, you're paying 6 mana for something that tries to remove a spell. Its saving grace is that, it's minusing, so it can kill stuff that's indestructible, which started to get introduced during Mirrodin block. The problem was, stuff that's indestructible? How about exile-based removal? Unless you actually want it to go to the graveyard. Why? Just no. Numai Outcast. The big reason you play Numai Outcast, This is kind of a a 4 mana 3/3 because if it ends up in combat with another creature, it gets +2/+2. So it's kind of a 3/3. With black and pay 5 life to regenerate this creature, this is the big reason you play this card, because you can lose life in chunks of 5. And if you care about your life total going low for whatever reason, paying 5 life in a single chunk is a lot. Why would you want to do that? Near death experience is a good starting point. Near death experience. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you have exactly 1 life, you win the game. Well, you put this in a deck that's got New My Outcast, and you pay like 3 black mana and 15 life and regenerate 3 times, but you've paid 15 life. That's already what 3/8, 37.5% of your starting life total, and a good chunk of the way down to 1. Um, that's as far as I got. Rag Dealer. Um, again, reasonable card. Exile up to 3 target cards from a single graveyard for the cost of paying 3 and tapping it on a 1/1 human rogue. This is not a bad card. And if my quote-unquote D&D deck, which is Azorius, i.e. it's white-blue, if it was running black in it, this would definitely be in there, because this is one of those rogues that I could actually see playing. That deck is commons only. However, generally speaking, I would be playing Withered Wretch. Different creature type. We're talking cleric here. But if I'm looking at a deck based on Dungeons and Dragons and the idea of having a party, so the party mechanic needing a warrior, a cleric, a rogue, and a wizard to have a full party, and pay off for it, or the initiative and entering the dungeon and stuff of that nature. All that stuff is in that deck. And if I'm playing that and I'm playing black, I would not be upset with Rag Dealer, because having graveyard removal of any sort, that's always a good thing. In fact, this is one of those cards I have to keep on my radar. Exists in black. I mean, black is known for eating graveyards anyway. But at commons, this is actually really good. Where is my notepad? Rag Dealer, Champions of Kamigawa. It's a card I have to remember exists. Bloodthirsty Ogre. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was. Villainous Ogre. There seems to be this sub-theme in Kamigawa block, at least in Champions, of ogres and demons working together. So ogres and onis, basically. Bloodthirsty Ogre. 3 mana for a 3/1. Tap to put a devotion counter on. Keep in mind, anything that deals with counters means you also get to play with Proliferate. Tap. Target creature gets -X/-X till end of turn, where X is number of devotion counters on this creature. Activate only if you control a demon. There is nothing here that stops. Bloodthirsty Ogre does not say activate only once a turn. It doesn't say that you remove counters to do this. It just, this will keep killing. Like, it's basically in every other turn you shrink a thing. But ideally, what you do is you go tap 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 for like 5 turns or whatever. Putting devotion counters on it, and then at that point, that's when you start going, cool. Now that I've got this 5/5 demon in play, shrink, thunk, kill that. And again, proliferate shenanigans. You're playing with counters. Do not be afraid. If you have a vaguely reasonable number of cards that deal with counters. Oh my god, it's after 11 o'clock. I'm gonna have to fast forward through this real fast. If you have a vaguely reasonable number of stuff in your deck that has something to do with counters, and I'm gonna say like a dozen cards that do something with counters, throw in like a Karn's Bastion and like one or two other cards that do something with proliferate, and you will you will you'll enjoy it. It will be useful there. Um, Cursed Ronin, 1/1 Bushido 1, but pay black, give it +1/+1 until end of turn. Um, this is basically if you took Frozen Shade for an extra mana, you give it an extra point of power. Meh. But then you gave it Bushido 1. Let's pull up Frozen Shade for a moment. Um, yeah, and okay, also common. So same rarity. And wait, you got printed up to where you got printed up until 5th edition. Okay, so this is like 6 years later. But for an extra mana, you get an extra point of power, which, to be fair, what that actually means is you don't have to do anything for this to actually be able to deal damage. Frozen Shade, you actually have to be able to pump it first before you can do anything. But that being said, is I would play this before Frozen Shade easily. I get a base point of power for that extra mana, which isn't you know it's not a lot, but it's not nothing. Like it's not a lot, but it's something. And Bushido 1, if it tangles with a creature, it gets a free power it gets a free size boost. It basically gets this pump for free. One of this pump for free. So this is not a bad card. Um, am I playing Samurai Tribal? If I'm playing Samurai Tribal, I probably want Cursed Ronin in there if I'm playing black. Scuttling Death, as I mentioned when Holly was around, Rosewater found it hard to find a soul shift numbers that actually made the card bad, so I think they just simply went with what the simplest was, which was going down the scale. Um, and then having, I think it was Promise Kanushi, as the one drop that could start getting back your big stuff. And again, this can sacrifice to its own ability. If you really need to get this in the graveyard, maybe because of Soul Shift, you can target itself with its own ability to get into the graveyard and bring back another spirit from your graveyard. Um, so yeah, if you're playing the Soul Shift, if you're playing the Soul Shift game, you I would probably throw this in just because you know, it has a way to sacrifice itself to its own ability. Uh, and even if you're not doing that, it has uses on top of that. Oni Possession. This takes any creature and turns it into a demon. Makes it really big. You just have to keep it fed every turn. Well, that's not hard. So let's take, I don't know, Villainous Ogre and make it into a 6/5 6/5 trampling, regenerating. Can't block, shrug. It has trample. You're not blocking with a creature that's got trample. Um, you just have to keep it fed every turn. Um, Bloodthirsty Ogre. It's a 6/4 that you can start going, cool. It is the demon itself, etc., etc. Midnight Covenant basically gives the Frozen Shade ability to enchanted creature. Um, which is fine, but rather than that, this is much better. It does the exact same thing. However, it also has this fun line on it that people forget exists. When enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield under your control. Okay. Cast this on somebody else's creature. Somebody casts Wrath of God. Cool. Creature dies. Thank you. Mine now. What? Mine now? So, yeah. You want to play with Midnight Covenant? Don't play Midnight Covenant. If your mana base can support it, run Shade's Form instead. I'm actually going to duplicate this tab because there's a thing I want to remember from you. Cruel Deceiver. Not as good at blue for manipulating the top of your deck, but still reasonable. So this is still okay. It is a 2 mana 2/1, which is a better rate than some of these other creatures because the blue one got a 3 mana 1/3. The white one got a, what were you? A 4 mana 1/4, which was thoroughly meh. But because that averages to basically 4 mana 2/3. But Cruel Deceiver is a 2 mana 2/1, which is not bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. Pay one, look at the top of your library. Again, you combine this with any sort of shuffle effect, and that can help a lot. The fun thing is, the ability is whenever this creature deals damage to a creature, destroy that creature. So I reveal a land card. I have this equipped with something like Viridian Longbow. And until end of turn, I can tap this to deal point damage. Oh, suddenly that kills the creature. Can I untap this? Chances are there's a way somehow. This says activate only once each turn. That's no, this is one of those effects where it's not really useful to have this more than once, but I think they do that for the symmetry, i.e. to make all the deceivers have the same, they activate the same way, this, that, and everything else. What's the word I'm looking for? Not symmetry, but like for consistency, basically, to make them all feel the same. Because there's no reason to activate that more than once. Let's go through red. I hate having to zip through this stuff, but Kamano's pupils. If a creature dealt damage by this creature, this turn would die, exile instead. Kamano's pupils is fine. The problem with this is you basically want 3-card combo for something like this. You want something along the lines of Viridian Longbow, which I talked about earlier. Tap the equipped creature to deal point damage to any target, plus something like Basilisk Collar, i.e. something that gives Death Touch, or a similar effect. When I was showing that list to when I was showing that list to, was it Alex that was asking about it? Yeah, when I was showing that list to Alex, Venomous Fangs is in that list, which is a triggered version of Death Touch, whereas Death Touch itself is static, but it's more or less the same idea. You combine, those two together on one creature, and suddenly you're like, the creature basically gets tap, destroy target creature. Kamano's pupils, with that, red had a bit of a sub theme of damage being dealt uh, by a reasonable amount of the red stuff instead of destroying the creature. Because the rules say that lethal damage just like if a creature takes lethal damage, the rules say that destroys the creature. Red during Champions of Kamigawa block had a bit of a sub theme of if that creature would get destroyed as a result of lethal damage, you exile the creature instead. So, what you end up with is something along the lines of Viridian Longbow plus, Basilisk Collar, and I only care about Basilisk Collar in general because it gives Death Touch. Um, very occasionally it's because it's lifelink. Realistically, it's because of the Death Touch. Well, it's about half and half, I think. Because I think half the time I want because it grants lifelink, and half the time I want because it grants Death Touch. But they're almost never the same deck. That like I want it in this deck because it has Death Touch. I want it in this deck because it grants lifelink. It's just convenient that one card happens to do both. Anyway, if you put Basilisk Collar and Viridian Longbow on Kamano's pupils, you basically turn around and go tap, ping, exile that. Which is kind of scary for a red deck to be dealing, because red is not known for exile based removal. It has some, usually dealing with artifacts, but not that much when it comes to just dealing with creatures. Well, Kamano's pupils and other cards in the set will do that. Sideswipe. You may change any targets of target arcane spell. Sideswipe I feel like should be down here because again, arcanes. Well, that might be a bit unfair. The problem is, as I've mentioned before, arcane spells, you don't play arcane spells because they're arcane. You play arcane spells because they do something useful. You play you don't play Desperate Ritual because it's arcane. You play Desperate Ritual because it creates mana for you. You don't play you don't play Kamano's Reach because it's arcane. You play Kamano's Reach, or not Kamano, Kodama's Reach because it fetches lands. You don't play Ideas Unbound because it's arcane. You play Ideas Unbound because it draws cards. In very specific decks, you might have a use for the fact that it's arcane. Some kind of combo deck, something that's trying to do like high tide kind of shenanigans, maybe. But realistically, you are playing these cards because of their effect. And a lot of the ones that people play, you don't care. Like they don't even target. Otherworldly Journey, maybe. Death Denied, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there are cards where you are going to care, but honestly, realistically, Kodama's Reach doesn't target. I think Kodama's Reach realistically is like up here, and then number 2 on the list is like down here. I just realized you can't see my. Yeah. Kodama's where are we? Kodama's Reach is up here, and Desperate Ritual's like down here, and stuff starts falling after that. So, um, eh. I honestly I wouldn't worry about Sideswipe too much. And then for the ones that actually do target, Flicker, Mass Race Dead, Reanimation, which you should sack. Reanimation Shenanigans. Uh, meh, meh. Honestly, I think Lava Spike and their ilk are a lot worse than they first appear. I would, in a heartbeat, play Disrupting Shoal before. I would switch these two probably. Uh, Veil's Secrecy, okay, yep, I can see that. Blazing Shoal, yep, yep. Yeah, I could see a healthy amount of these seeing play. Choice of Dam Choice of Damnations, Lava Spike. Honestly, the Lava Spike basically belongs in like I was gonna say CEDH, but I don't even think that's correct. I think Dual Commander is where it belongs, where you've got where it's a 1v1 format. In a multiplayer format, burn, like even CEDH, burn is going to be a lot more difficult. Plus, I believe in CEDH, you're still starting off with 40 life. So I would just pass on that. Soken's Bruiser doesn't look, doesn't look incredible. It does have like, you're looking at a 5 mana 3/3 with Mountain Walk, which doesn't sound great. Till you realize it says Mountain Walk. You're playing mono red. Do you know how easy it is to give everybody mountains? Between Magus of the Moon and Blood Moon. And Magus of the Moon being a 2/2, which means you can find it with Imperial Recruiter. You can actually turn around and this will get in for 3 unblockable damage every turn. This is more unblockable than, say, flying or, like, this is damage you are going to take. Or you're going to deal. Heaven forbid you throw anything on it to give it any sort of enhancement. Um, yeah, if I'm playing Ogre Tribal, I'm going to be looking at this card and at least throwing it in my consideration pile because it's going to get through for damage. Bro Deceiver. Again, like white, a color that is not really known for manipulating the top of their deck at all. Um, it is a 3, you're getting a 3 mana 2/2, which is fine. Um, Reveal top. If it's a land card, this is a 3/2 for strike till end of turn. Not a terrible card. Again, better here than if it was, let's say, black. Because black can manipulate the top of their deck easier, though not as easy as blue can. Um, Actually, again, just being able to look at the top card of your deck and know what's coming up, and if you have, again, an Evolving Wilds effect and you don't like the top of your deck, you can always shuffle it away. Um, or if somebody tosses something to your top of your deck, it's like, I really don't need that right now. As in, I don't want to have to redraw that card. I need to draw something else instead. You can shuffle it away once at that point. Although at that point, you know what the top card of your library is. But you can shuffle, and then look at the top of your card of your deck and decide if you need to try and find a way to shuffle again. Hanabi Blast. Hanabi Blast, Hanabi Blast is kind of cute. Um, I would like to combine this with an effect like Library of Lang. Library of Lang. What the hell is Library of Lang? Not a card you're going to hear most people talk about. Step 1, you have no maximum hand size. Actually, let's go to the revised version, because that's a little cuter in terms of wording. You must skip the discard phase of your turn. You have no maximum hand size. If a card forces you to discard, you may choose to discard to the top of your library rather than to your graveyard. If discard is random, you may look at card before deciding where to discard it. In other words, if an effect causes you to discard a card, still discard it, but you may put it on top of your library instead of into your graveyard. So, Hanabi Blast, 3 mana, 2 damage to any target, return it to its owner's hand, then discard a card at random. So, Hanabi Blast, cool. 3 mana, shoot you for 2. Return it back to my hand, shuffle my hand, I discard this card. Because it's random, because you've got Library of Lang in play, you get to see what card you're discarding first. If it's Hanabi Blast, put back on top of your deck. Unless you don't want to blast again. The most powerful fire spells were developed at the cost of blood, toils, tears, sweat, and usually a nose or two. That's hilarious. You see how big the nose on the goblin here is? Yeah, that's an Aki goblin, in case you're wondering. Yeah, have you ever seen what Kikijiki looks like? Yeah, big nose. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, what he flips into on the backside. Yeah, that's basically supposed to be an emulation of Kikijiki, big nose. I cannot lie. Yeah. So, yeah, if you are playing a burn style deck, Hanabi Blast I would actually put in that deck because I can keep replaying the same card over and over and over again. And in a deck that's doing stuff like that, I might run Sonic Seizure as well, which sounds weird. Which tries to be Lightning Bolt. Additional cost to cast it, discard a card at random. Again, with Library of Lang out. Okay. I'm discarding that card. I get to see what it is before I discard it. And usually, it doesn't matter when you're discarding to the graveyard. Everyone gets to see it anyway. But, with Library of Lang, if you're discarding to the top of your deck, nobody gets to know what gets discarded to the top of the deck. But you get to see what it is before going, okay, I'll discard it here. So yeah, cards like Sonic Seizure, yeah, if I'm doing stuff like that, Hanabi Blast, yeah, you run Library of Lang in a deck like that. Maybe run Pitchstone Wall, I think it's called. Pitch, and I'm about to sneeze. Whenever you discard a card, you may sack this. If you do, return the discard card from a graveyard to your hand. So you might want something like that as well. Yamabushi's Flame. Again, 3 mana, 3 damage to any target, which is fine. But If creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile instead. Keep in mind, all it's saying is the creature is the creature trying to die? And does this deal damage to it at some point during the course of the turn? This does not have to be the reason something is dying. This just has to have participated in it somehow. This is similar to how Sengir Vampire and its ilk grow. Personally, I prefer the OG. Much more interesting art. Let's see here. Oh. P-Town box set. Wow, that's the... Yeah. But no. Personal opinion, give me this art. That's not to say, but that's also because this is what I remember when I was, when the game came out. Anyway, Sengir Vampire. Whenever a creature dealt damage by this creature, i.e. by Sengir Vampire, dies, put a +1 counter on Sengir Vampire. In other words, did this participate in some way, shape, or form in the death of another creature? And did Sengir Vampire survive the encounter? If so, the vampire gets a +1 counter. Did Yamabushi's Flame? Yeah, there... Cards like that are usually going to be like mono red or mono white. You're playing all three colors for that effect. I wouldn't bother. For something like that, like Terashi's Cry here is a not terrible example. It's 1 white +3. Tap up to 3 target creatures. Like, it's not the best example, but it's a not unreasonable example and also fairly cheap. I can't remember what you're called. Something Invoker. Dungler Invoker. If you are able to generate a bunch of mana on a regular basis, and I don't know if you can in that deck or not, I'd have to take a better look at it. But if you're able to generate a bunch of mana on a regular basis in that deck, Dungler Invoker just gets dumb. For an effect like that, I would want the deck to have... Ideally, I would want Soul Ring, Thran Dynamo, I think it is. Thran Dynamo? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, Thran Dynamo. And, like, some other things that can generate a bunch of mana at once. Gilded Lotus being a reasonable card for that slot as well. Especially since because you are playing dinosaurs. A lot of your dinosaurs tend to be on the higher cost side. you're going to want a few ways of generating a bunch of mana. So Gilded Lotus and Thran Dynamo are not unreasonable considerations for that deck to help you get from like 5 mana to 8 mana, for example. Um, in which case, you might want to also consider other ways to use that excess mana, which is part of what that my elf deck wants to do. It has ways to generate a bunch of mana, but suddenly I need ways to make use of all that mana. So I have a few ways to turn around and make use of all that mana. Worst case scenario is things like, fine, I tap a few creatures, I generate a bunch of mana. I equip Viridian Longbow to this creature and ping, and then to this creature and ping, and this creature and ping, and this creature and ping. Worst case scenario, I'm doing stuff like that. The optimal situation, of course, is doing stuff where I'm, Wild Heart Invoker, and I generate a bunch of mana and then make a creature really big and just, start killing people that way. But Dawnglare Invoker, you may want to consider a card. Maybe not necessarily this specific card, but something of this nature that can let you just, tap down a bunch of creatures at once. Naya Charm is nice for having that option, but you're paying 3 colored mana to be able to do that, and you should be able to do that if that's all you're using it for. You should be able to do that for like white +2 sort of thing. You shouldn't have to spend 3 different colors of mana to be able to do it. So, I don't know if you have used it before, but Scryfall, which is where I am here, is a really good site for looking this sort of stuff up. Go over to the syntax guide and there's certain things that you should know how to use on here. Yargo! Are you here to bargle? Yeah, I'm a little behind tonight. Also found that I was accidentally muted for probably an hour. To my No, Rest in Peace is a white card and not in Kamigawa, sorry. I think that was in one of the Ravnica sets. Anyway, hi, how you doing? But yeah, Alex, the things you're going to want to start paying attention to in terms of how to search with Scryfall. ID : what color identity does it fall under? You can either put the color combination, so you're playing green, white, and red, so you can either put that in any color in any combination. There's 6 different possibilities for each of the combinations of 3 colors. You can put them in any of those, or it's also known as Naya, so you can actually put in Naya. ID : is it fits somewhere in that color identity. ID equals means it is exactly red, white, and green. Number 2, O colon. O is for the oracle text, i.e., what does the modern wording of the card do? It has to have whatever is here. Yeah, exactly. It has to have whatever's here in the text. And if it's, like, for example, you want something that's got flying. If you just go O colon flying, it'll also say things like destroy target creature with flying. If what you want has got more than one word to it, you can put in quotation marks. So tap target, tap all creatures. Whoops. Oh, that also includes untap all creatures. Maybe you put a space in front. You know, now you got things like Subjugator Angel. However, you may want to look at this because, you know, it'll also include things like, you know, where tap is the first word. So, Bonded Discipline. Tap all creatures your opponents control. Creatures you control gain lifelink till end of turn. This would be a much better card for your purposes, in my opinion, than Naya Charm. Gets Rai Monk when it enters. Tap all creatures you don't control, and you get a 5 mana 3/2 flash flyer. Bond of Discipline. And then sort by color, because that'll make things a lot easier, because it's easier to be able to see your white cards first, your green and then your red cards, and then your, you know, rather than bounce back and forth between this color, this color, this color, whatever. White is commonly going to untap stuff. Red is more likely to be tapping stuff. Not always. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of untap. Yeah, these are largely going to be untap effects. So the other thing that you can do is minus O colon. The minus says not whatever I'm doing. Well, I do that, and suddenly it's like I've gone down from 47 options down to 9 because I'm saying show me cards that say tap all creatures, but not untap all creatures. And now I get Bonded Discipline, gets the Rai Monk, Subjugator Angel. Feint is really weird. Tap all creatures blocking target attacking creature. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn by that creature and each creature blocking it. So if I attack with this, and it's blocked by like 3 creatures, Feint goes, cool. Those 3 creatures tap, and none of those 4 creatures are dealing combat damage. So, for starting point, those are the big things I would recommend getting used to. Getting used to how to use the search. If you want more specific information, um, there's lots of options under syntax. You can go, I'm looking for stuff from a certain set, I'm looking for stuff from a certain artist, I want something in a certain power range, something that's got this much power or this much toughness or this mana value or gives me this much devotion to a color you know, uh, or how much it sells for. But to start off with, color identity. So ID colon or ID equal whatever color combination you're using, depending on whether you want it to be in that color combination or exactly that color combination. And O colon and other stuff you'll end up learning along the way. Pain Kami I think is kind of cool, and this is one of those cards that I wish saw more play than it does. I get why it doesn't, but I wish it saw more play than it does. This is kind of trying to be whatchamacallit, Mog Fanatic. It's a bigger Mog Fanatic because it's a 3 mana 2/2. It can only hit creatures, but you can hit a creature as big as you want. I've got 8 spare mana. I'm going to hit this thing for 7. As an activated ability, not as a spell. Which are harder to stop. So, yeah, not a terrible card. Uncontrollable Anger. Why do I think I have you in my mono red deck? Where are you? Squee Goblin Nabob. Do I? I know I was looking at Uncontrollable Anger. No. I know it was a card I was considering. Because my mono red deck that I'm building, that I almost have finished, I need like half a dozen cards for. Is based around taking this guy as my general, throwing a bunch of creature enchantments on him, and attacking him for many lots. Uncontrollable Anger, I know was a consideration for that deck. The funny thing is, because it's also got Flash, I can cast it, Oh, right, you're not blocking. Okay, well, in that case, thunk, here, take an extra 2 damage. Yeah, you basically want this to try and push through an extra couple of damage. You kind of want this as like a Howl from Beyond kind of effect, i.e. I forget what the black one now is. But the original card was Howl from Beyond, which was black plus X for an instant that that gave a creature plus X plus 0 to end a turn. You basically want Uncontrollable Anger to be that kind of effect. The difference here is that Uncontrollable Anger will stay on the creature as long as the creature survives. It also gives +2 toughness, so it'll survive that a little easier. Initiative Blood. Unlike a lot of the other red cards in the set that deal, if it tries to kill something, exiles it instead. No, this just turns around and says, oh, you took damage this turn? Cool, take another one. And if that creature actually dies, people people like to refer to other cards as flip cards. This is an actual flip card. Flip card has got two tops and two bottoms, basically. This is the initiative blood with the art on the left side and this text up here. You see how that worked? This is how you flip a card. You literally rotate 180 degrees. And then, you know, if you're able to flip it, now it's a 4/4 creature that, oh, creature took damage, tap here. It can take an extra 4. And suddenly a creature that, you know, took 1 and now is taking an extra 4, that's not nothing. Like, if it took 1 point of damage, so now it's taking 5. So that's going to start killing off dragons and other, you know, large beasties. Oh yeah, flip cards were always kind of weird, but I mean I didn't have a problem and I thought they were cool. Emberfist Zubera. This is one of those cards that you want to play if you're playing with Zuberas. And obviously, you're going to have to run a bunch of changelings to make sure this works properly. However, when this dies, so it deals damage to any target. Again, back in the day, it said creature or player. But then, due to the way the rules for Planeswalkers worked when Planeswalkers originally came out, anything that did damage to a Planeswalker, you originally had to deal to the Planeswalker's controller and say, oh, by the way, on resolution, I'm dealing it to your Jace or Vraska or whatever else. And it commonly got shortcut to saying, I'm going to deal damage to your, you know, Tybalt or whatever. And eventually that's what the rule actually became. Was going to deal damage. We're going to skip the redirection phase. We're just going to say you deal damage straight to that because that's how people are essentially playing it anyway. So we'll change the rules accordingly. And so therefore anything that could hit a creature or player got changed to say any target because there were only 3 legal options and that's basically how stuff worked. Well, then it's been any target, any target, any target, any target, and then battles come out. And it's still any target. Okay. New creature type? Cool. It's not gonna, or sorry, new card type? Cool. It can take damage? Okay. So yeah, it can now deal damage to stuff that it couldn't hit in, you know, when it came out. 2 new card types since then. And if you've got a way to make all your creatures, all creature types, or if you've got a way to make all your creatures at least Zuberas, so again, Masquerade Nexus, Conspiracy, Xenograph, etc. I had 8 creatures die, and technically they're all Zuberas. Cool. This takes 8, or cool, you take 8, or etc. Yeah. The biggest problem with Zubera is being able to play enough Zubera. And if we ever make it back to Kamigawa again, they need to revisit Zubera somehow. I really wish they could find a way to bring him back. Soul Magma. Again, the same typical whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, This is a little more. This is a little more useful because it pings stuff, and you can make it. You can find enough spirits to shoot with, but it's going to be hard. It's the fact that it's whenever you cast a spirit spell is what makes this actually vaguely playable. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if it was a 3/3, I mean, to be fair, as I was saying to Holly earlier, because she was complaining about, yeah, but card X is a sorcery, and it's people are always going to complain about, card X being a sorcery or card X being, you know, a given a given size for its cost or whatever. And Soul of Magma feels like it should be feels like it should be a 3/3. But you're not playing it for its size. You're playing it because you're playing with enough spirits that you can start pinging down threats. And even funnier is because it's in red, you have access to Stuffy Doll and you have access to Brash Taunter. Oh, both of which are creatures that say whenever they're dealt damage, it deals that much damage to another player. So Solo Magma, you can always redirect that damage to, say, Stuffy Doll, and then send that damage to another player. If you have any kind of spirit that can return itself, if you've got any sort of spirit that can return itself somehow, like with its own inborn ability, then yeah, you have, then the question is how much mana can I generate? Earthshaker, same kind of issue with Earthshaker. You know, whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, deals 2 damage to each creature without flying. Deals more damage, deals it to a wider audience. Find a way to make this thing indestructible. I don't know. Is it there? Dark steel plate. That'll work. I mean, I'm sure there's other options. A quick creature is indestructible. Okay. Um, Eldrazi Monument will do the same thing. And you just sit there and you make the Earth Shaker indestructible, and just start casting your spells and burningate your opponents out with, between that and Stuffy Doll effects and spirits. These two are basically going to be in the same kind of deck. 1, 2, 3. I should not be drinking this right now. Green cards. Gale Force. Back in the day, Gale Force was okay. Because, 5 damage to each creature with flying for 5 mana is pretty good. But it only hit flyers. And at that point, like, not that long ago, we had this. Claws of Wirewood. 4 mana to deal 3 damage to each flyer and each player. And has cycling. You see Gale Force, and that kind of feels like a downgrade because Claws of Wirewood could be used to kill opponents. Gale Force, yeah, it hits the flyers, but it's not going to hit the players. To be fair, though, Green had a thing against flying creatures for a long time. And being able to hit players, I think a lot of the time was a side effect. But it had more stuff that could hit flyers. Like, even going back to Alpha, yeah, you had Hurricane. But you also had Giant Spider, which had Reach. So, I think it was more relevant to Green's part of the color. Well, it was more relevant to what Green could do that it could deal with flying creatures. It also had web. Than it was that it could kill players. Feral Deceiver, again, in a color less likely to be able to manipulate the top of its deck, this is fine. You're not playing this to occasionally get a 5/4 trampo. If you want that, you can get... You can easily get... I'm sure you can easily get a 4/4 trample for 4 mana. You might even be able to get a 5/4 trample. You play this because you can look at the top of your deck and manipulate it. Well, you can't manipulate it, but you can manipulate it by other means. Cracking fetch lanes and whatnot. Yeah. Orb Weaver Kumo. 6 mana for a 3/4 with reach. Whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, the Kumo gains Forest Walk till end of turn. Nowadays, we're spelling out what Forest Walk does because Forest Walk hasn't been a thing that we've really seen for a long time. Land Walk just isn't a thing that people commonly use anymore. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is back in 2004. This is over 20 years ago. The art back then was a lot more varied than it is nowadays. I'm not saying I think the art nowadays is bad. I think it's a lot more what's the word I want? Like it all feels very samey. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if you want to make sure your art has like your game has a certain style of look. Like, compare Yu-Gi-Oh, for example. It's like a lot of the cards have a similar art style. Same with Pokemon. A lot of the cards have a similar art style, regardless of how old the game is or how old the cards are. You know, Pikachu looks very similar from version to version to version, whereas Magic has gone through a few, artistically speaking, probably at least 3 or 4 different eras. The earliest sets had some really, really unusual art. Um, like, look at oh, you take a look at where my username came from. This is from Fallen Empires back in 1994. Does that say? Yeah, 94. So over 30 years ago. And take a look at the different art styles available. They all look very different from each other. You know, and then you started getting away from the really unusual stuff. And if you really want really unusual, try this on for size. You want an odd looking, you want odd artwork. Here's some odd artwork. And it's like, what on earth is going on here? It's it's not bad. It's but it's art that makes you stop and think and wonder what's going on here. Um, and then during, I would say somewhere around Mirage era, might have been before that. They went from the very unusual stuff to a more, actually, let me think here. No, Ice Age alliances might have been alliances when they started doing uh some more typical E stuff. And then by probably around Urza's Saga or so, they went to, they pivoted again to something more, a little more cohesive. And then I'm trying to remember when they went to the style that we've got now. And that might have been when we started really paying attention to, like, planeswalkers. So maybe around M10 or so. Anyway, um, yeah, this this card slightly confuses me. This card looks like it's trying to be part giant spider, which back in the day was like 2 green, 2 other for a 2/4 with reach. This is slightly bigger, so add like half a mana. Whenever you cast a Spirit or so Reach being a defensive ability, something good for blocking. Whenever you cast a Spirit or Arcane spell, this creature gains Forest Walk till end of turn, which means you want to attack with it because it can't be blocked if if controller has a forest. Which, because green, in my opinion, green and black being the two biggest colors that get played in Commander, chances are good somebody's going to have force in play, and chances are not completely unreasonable somebody's got Yavimaya Cradle Growth in play. So you put two and two together, and this can be pretty unblockable, at least against one opponent, probably two of them fairly easily. So are you trying to play an aggressive creature, or are you trying to play a defensive creature? I feel like this is asking you to do one or the other. Yeah, I think that might be why it's fairly low on the list. But again, Feral Deceiver, I think, should be higher up on that. Moss Kami, 6 mana for 5/5 trample. I mean, nowadays, now we've got, you know, now we've got Colossal Dreadmaw for a slightly harder cost. So instead of green plus 5, 2 green plus 6. But instead of 5/5 trample, we for that extra half a mana basically. Which, when you're paying 6 mana for something, you should be able to hit double green. You're getting an extra point of power and an extra point of toughness. And there's even stuff that's better than Colossal Dreadmaw at this cost now. At the same rarity. But he's also a bit of a meme, so it's fine. But Moss Kami, yeah. Again, there's much better nowadays. If you're playing it because it's a big common trampling spirit. Humble Badoka. Badoka. Two mana for 2/2 with Shroud. Fortunately / unfortunately, it's got Shroud. It doesn't have Hexproof. Hexproof would have been a lot better, but Hexproof wasn't a thing yet. In fact, let's see here. And I recently found out this was a thing. Date less than Champions Betrayers. Three cards from Mirrodin that had Hexproof. They just didn't say Hexproof yet. And 2 cards from Portal 3 Kingdoms. So by this point, we already had some cards that had Hexproof, but Shroud was still the key way to save your stuff. The problem with Shroud is it's really hard to enhance your creatures somehow. It's not impossible, but you either have to use global effects or you have to use non-targeting effects. So maybe you have Gaia's Anthem, for example. Creatures you control get +1/+1. you know, it's not a big thing, but it will affect Humble Budoka because it doesn't target, and Humble Budoka only cares about being targeted. Order of the Sacred Bell. This is now a 4/4, at least. Actually, it's a 4/4 with abilities, or possibly larger. Um, Good reasons to play this. Probably you're playing Monk Tribal and you're in green. Normally you would be looking at Jeskai for something like Monk. Uh but it's no, I could see Abzan. I could see Abzan. Although you wouldn't run many monks in it. Uh you're building um you're building vanilla. Don't play Order of the Sacred Bell. You've got better options. Venerable Kumo, 2/3 with reach, soul shift 4. Um, one more than giant spider, one less toughness than giant spider. Looks like a spider. It's not a spider. But when it dies, you get to get a 4 mana or less spirit. Incidentally, it says return target spirit card. It doesn't say target spirit creature card. It says target spirit card. It doesn't have to be a creature. I just noticed this, which means anything that's got changeling, like nameless inversion. It has changeling. You can return this back to your graveyard. This is essentially a removal spell that can return back that you can return back to your graveyard, or return from your graveyard to your hand. There we go. Words, they exist. When Venerable Kumo or most of the uh, soul shifting spirits die. So that's an option. Again, anything that's got the changeling type, apparently even non-creature spells, you can get back. And because they go to your hand, they're not brought into play, which allows you to cast them again. Um, eh. I think you're really playing this because it's got Soul Shift. I think this is like playing cards that have got Cascade. You're playing certain cards that have Cascade because they have Cascade, not because of the rest of the card. This feels like one of those. Soil Shaper. I am amused by this card. It's a 2 mana 1/1, which, yes, a little overcosted, but not by a lot. Let's be honest here. You're paying an extra mana. Whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, target land becomes a 3/3 creature till end of turn. It's still a land. Cool. So turn 2, I play Soil Shaper. Turn 3, play a land. I play, let's say, 1 mana spirit. I attack for 4. 1 from the Soul Shaper, and 3 from a land that I've animated. And by the way, I still have a mana of floating. This is a card you don't want to draw late. This is a fine card. You don't want to draw this late. It's not terrible late, because it does allow you to... Cool, I've got like, 3 spirits in my hand. Alright, I'll spend like 7 mana. Thunk. And I'll attack you for 9 more points than I was expecting to. Okay. you know, it's not a terrible card. It's fine. Root Runner, not a card that you can, not a card that, barring shenanigans, you can target with its own ability. It's possible to, it's just a lot harder. You have to find a way to turn this into a land. The easiest way I can think of off the top of my head to turn this into a land, step 1, turn it into a sapperling via Mask with Nexus or whatever else. Step 2, play Life and Limb. Well, what's Life and Limb? Life and Limb is a really weird card because it's the only card I can think of that can turn creatures into lands and lands into creatures at the same time. All forests and all sapperlings are 1/1 green sapperling creatures and forest lands in addition to their other types. In other words, all forests are 1/1 sapperlings and all sapperlings are 1/1 forests at the same time. So, if you turn the Root Runner into a sapperling, you can use Life and Limb to also turn it into a forest, which then allows you to sack it to its own ability. Sacrifice this creature, put target land on top of its owner's library. Hilariously, again, no restriction on when you can use this. You can use this at any time. Oh, we're in your end step? Okay, cool. Put Phyrexian Tower back on top of your deck. Wait, what? Yeah. This is a card, you know what? I'm going to add you to my list. Where's my list? Root Runner. In case you're wondering what list I'm talking about, I have a list of cards that I'm keeping track of cards that I'm like, I forgot this card was a thing. Or, wait, this card does what? And all sorts of weird stuff like that as I'm going through these. Root Runner, I have a mono green control deck. I might want to put Root Runner in it. Vine Cami. 7 mana for 4/4 with Menace, which sounds like a lot, but Soul Shift 6. I would expect this to be, probably 5 mana, but then Soul Shift 6. Getting back a 6-drop from your graveyard to your hand is kind of a lot, or a 5-drop is kind of a lot. So, yeah, I think you are largely playing this because it has Soul Shift, but it is not an unreasonable creature to play. It's not an unreasonable thing to use in the meantime as a 4/4 menace. I am not terribly unhappy to, like, in a deck with enough spirits, I am not unhappy to play this as a body. Compared to something like Venerable Kumo, where I'm playing it because it's got Soul Shift. Vine Kami is, I'm playing it because it's got Soul Shift, but I'm not, I'm not going to snub my nose at a 4/4 with Menace to use in the meantime. Kashi Tribe Warriors. 4 mana for a 2/4. Whenever this deals combat damage to a creature, tap that creature and it doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. So, keep in mind that the fight keyword, even though it sounds like it, is not combat damage. which is a thing I will occasionally keep pointing out. Whenever this deals combat damage to a creature, so this has to be attacking and blocking, tap that creature and it doesn't untap. Again, you're going to need some kind of effect that will keep this thing from dying so you can keep it going regularly. You're probably going to be blocking with this more often. You're probably going to be blocking with this more often. You're probably going to be, if you are attacking with this, you need some kind of effect like lure. This is the funnier art. There's also this, which is very understandable. Or 6th edition. This is the art that I best remember. This kind of reminds me of the... This kind of reminds me of the apple that in the Garden of Eden that Eve had Adam bite into. From, was it the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil or something like that? And I think Golden Apple's shown up in a few myths. I seem to remember one in Greek Roman mythology. I think there was one in one of the fairy tales. I want to say Sleeping Beauty. I don't remember for sure. But yeah, enchanted creature. All creatures able to block enchanted creature do so. Well, this is going to deal combat damage to at least 2 creatures. Might not survive the combat, but I'll tap down at least 2 creatures and say, hey guy, by the way, you 2 are not untapping next turn. Kami of the Hunt. Again, a spirit of something that is a thing, but not a physical thing. The hunt itself is not an actual physical thing. It's like, I guess you could say it's an event, but this is that event given form. Three mana for a 2/2. Whenever it casts a spirit or arcane spell, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Again, if you've got some way of continually, recasting the same spirit over and over again, this can get into a reasonable size. But honestly, there's, like, for 3 mana, I think for 3 mana, okay, I know for 3 mana, you can get Jeweled Thief, which is, like, the modern, like, this is what I'm commonly comparing modern, like, it's a modern day common that's like the benchmark for, here's what a modern common can be. It may be at like the high end of what a modern common can be, but it's a modern common. And it's the same cost, and it's a 3/3 straight up with vigilance and trample, and when it enters you make a treasure. What? Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of the spirits in this set, and I'm like, eh? I'm not enthralled by it. Okay, ID gold. Cool, just lands. Okay, type artifact. How many artifacts we got? Okay, so we'll go again 3 lines. 9 ring bow. 3-mana artifact. Tap 1 damage target spirit creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Again, you know, this is your common, well, uncommon in this case, but this is your, you know, I ping a creature that falls under a certain category. I need to kill it. Okay. It's not going to do enough. It's nice. It might help finish off a creature in combat at some point. But realistically, this just doesn't do enough. This would be better. Well, I was gonna say this would be better as Rod of Ruin, but Rod of Ruin's got an activation cost if I remember right. Yeah, 3 in tap. 4 to cast, 3 tap, 1 damage to any target. The good news, it's so simple, a goblin could use it. The bad news is it's so simple, a goblin could use it. Yeah, whereas this is just, no, this is 1 less to cast, and just tap to deal the damage. So what you need to do is have can you have an activated ability that gives a creature type to something else? That would be an interest. I know there's ways to equip stuff to opponents' creatures. So that means there's ways to equip Rune Stalactite to your opponent's stuff and then make it into a spirit. The problem is Rune Stalactite gives +1 toughness, so that'd be counteracted by the 9-ring bow. But that might be enough if you're looking at stuff like Wrath of God effects. I don't know. Something to think about. Jade Idol. Whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, this becomes a 4/4 artifact creature to end a turn. For 4 mana, you can get a 4/4 artifact creature nowadays, or at least something close to it. Actually, mono brown commons. Actually, want to just check here. This might be faster. Colorless ramp. Visual spoiler. No, 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 no. You're a 2/2 I'm thinking of. I know what I'm thinking of. Chrome Steed. As long as you've got 3 more artifacts, this is a 4 mana 4/4. Real easy easy to make into a 4 mana 4/4 artifact creature. Have 3 artifacts in play. It itself is an artifact. Have 2 other artifacts in play. And it starts off as a 2/2 in the first place. This is a 4/4 artifact creature to end a turn. That being said, there are times when you want it only to last until end of turn. Sometimes having it occasionally a creature rather than you know, sometimes having it like as a creature occasionally is a better option. But yeah, in general, you would want a 4/4 all the time. There's easier ways to do that. Aiming statue. Players can't untap more than 1 artifact during their untap steps. If you are playing a control deck, if you're playing a colorless control deck, or something with a lot of artifacts, if you were looking at this, you play with cards that can untap your artifacts anyway. There's you. Unwinding Clock. Untap artifacts you control during each other player's untap step. Players can untap more than 1 artifact during their untap steps. So I get to untap 1 on mine. But I get to untap the rest during every other player's turn. What? Yeah. I get to untap everything during each other player's turn. I can only untap 1 on my own. Okay. Moonring Mirror. Whenever you draw a card, exile top card face down. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile all cards from your hand face down. If you do, put all other cards you own exiled with this artifact into your hand. In other words, you regularly get to flip between the cards that you've drawn and the cards that you've exiled. And whichever you're adding to, the artifact adds to the other stack. Wait, what? Yeah. See that? Weep. Yeah, have fun with that. I might actually want to consider that for my mono brown control deck. Junkio Bell. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may have target creature you control get plus X to end a turn. X is the number of creatures you control. If you do, sack that creature at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so this is basically trying to give you Berserk every turn. Berserk? Yeah, Berserk. Alright, let's go for a more modern art on it. One green instant, cast only before combat damage. Target creature gains trample and plus X plus 0 till end of turn where X is its power. Basically, double target creature's power and it gains trample till end of turn. At the beginning of the next end step, sack it if it attacked this turn. Junkio Bell kinda does that as a triggered ability every turn. It gets power and toughness boost. It does not gain uh, trample, but getting trample is pretty easy. But it does get a significant size boost. If you've got 5 creatures in play, it's getting +5/+5. You just have to sack at the end of turn. You also have to declare what creature you're you're enhancing on your upkeep, which is after you untap and before you draw. And that's when you set how big a boost it's getting. When the ability resolves, that's when which means if stuff dies afterward, okay, don't care. So yeah, this feels like one of those cards where it's like I want to build around making one big creature, making one creature really big till end of turn, and I don't care what else happens. That feels like the kind of deck for that. Shell of the Last Kappa. Exile target instant or sorcery spell that targets you. And then you can sacrifice the shell to cast one of those. This will keep eating spells. Target player sacrifices a creature. No. The funny thing is, as long as it targets you, the shell can eat it. You don't have to be the only target. It could be, Exo and... Let's go back to Raven Charm. It's an instant. Exile any number of target players' graveyards. Well, if you are one of the people chosen by it, even if, it's you plus, like, your other, player 1 targets it. Player 1 is not you. Actually, player 1 could be you. But let's say player 1 is not you. And player 1 targets the other 3 players and says, I'm eating your graveyards. Because you were one of the targets, and it's an instant, Shell of the Last Kappa can turn around and eat it. You do that a couple times, and then later you sacrifice the shell and go, oh, by the way, I'm going to cast this, and I'm going to choose the mode that says, hey, by the way, kill that creature. What? The card's been exiled, so when you cast it, it's got no memory of what it was doing before. You don't have to choose the same mode. You can, you don't have to. Hilariously, it doesn't care how much this card costs. You may cast a spell from among cards exiled with Shell of the Last Kappa without paying its mana cost. It could be like an 8 mana sorcery. Are you one of the targets? Yes? No. 3 tap cast. That's how you Grayson 7. O colon target player or O colon target opponent or O colon any target. Oops. Type instant or type sorcery. Beacon of Tomorrows. Bedack Bedazzle. Eh. Target players. Oh yeah, breaking and entering. You'd have to choose one side. For each creature target player controls, create a token that's Clone Legion would be funny. Den of the Fire Herd. Explosive Singularity. Eh. Overwhelming Forces I could see. Oh, Rise of the Eldrazi. You're not countering it, you're exiling it. Oh, that's hilarious. That is just dumb. Or worse fears. Yeah. There's ways. Hankyu. Hankyu is basically an equipment that's doing the same sort of thing that Bloodthirsty Ogre did. Except Bloodthirsty Ogre is doing like -1/-1 stuff, and this is dealing damage based on how many counters are on it. And you have to remove the counters. I'd much rather have the shell. Actually, I'd much rather have the shell, Junkyo Bell, Moonring Mirror, or Emmy Statue. Hairstrung Kodo. Oh, dude. You want to play a mill deck and really annoy people? Hairstrung Kodo. Yeah. Especially if you're playing a... dude, if you're playing a mill deck in a color scheme that is not known for milling, Hairstrung Kodo is just evil. Nodachi. It's a reasonable equipment that gives first strike. There's probably enough ways to give first strike that are less expensive than this, but if you need something like the here's the thing, giving first strike and +2 power, not getting a toughness boost is not a big deal when you're getting first strike, because you're hitting first. Surprise, surprise. Tatsuma the Dragon's Fang. Oh, I like this card. There's a few reasons I like this card. 1. Give a quick creature a giant size burst. 2. This is a colorless card that can suddenly create a big blue creature. Not a thing you normally see. When the token dies, you get the equipment back. And it's only 3 to equip to give +5/+5. That's actually not bad. Yeah, it's 6 to cast. But I mean, that's if you're playing any sort of equipment-based strategy, you know, like getting the equipment into play is not hard. Equip for 3 is probably the highest that I think most people would be comfortable paying full price for in general. You pay more if you have to for stuff, but you don't want to have like 3 is about where stuff tops out to just pay its activation cost normally. Giving +5/+5 is pretty good. I think I think any kind of equipment based strategy, you want a card like this. Junior's Kite. Junior's Kite. So good. So good. I strongly considered putting this in my mono blue ramp deck. I really, really strongly considered it. Um, that would have been in this section here, and I felt it just didn't quite do enough. It's looking for lands to put in my hand. And ideally, I want the lands going into play. So, I end up not going with Journeyer's Kite, but there are some decks where I am playing Journeyer's Kite. I think my mono white one might run it because I'm just keep getting more lands out and just, you know, it's it's a really good card. It's just whether or not the deck that you're building needs it. And the other thing to keep in mind is it's putting a card into your hand. Is the fact that it's putting a card into your hand relevant? What? Does what kind of card is going to your hand make a difference? Or just the fact that a card is going to your hand? What? Good example. Zombie infestation. Zombie infestation. Discard 2 cards, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Nothing fancy. I pitch 2 cards, I make a zombie. Well, if nothing else, I draw a card for a turn. And I play Journeyer's Kite. And I get 2 cards in my hand. I can now pitch those 2 to make a zombie. So, Journeyer's Kite, useful in a few decks, mostly for what it says on the tin. Very occasionally, just because it puts an extra card in your hand every turn. Or sometimes more often. You know, if you are untapping, if you've got an unwinding clock, you can tap, say, Thran Dynamo and Journeyer's Kite. I tap 2 artifacts, I dig a land out of my deck, put it in my hand. On each player's turn, by the time it comes back to my turn again, I've got 4 extra cards in hand. Sure, they're basic land. I don't care. The kind of decks that I build, I try and put about 20 basics in my deck. If I'm playing a deck like that, then yeah, Journeyer's Kite. I'm not going to miss land drops. Long forgotten Gohei, or Go. I don't know if it's Gohei, Gohai, whatever. I think it's Gohei. Arcane spells cost 1 less to cast. Spirit creatures you control get +1/+1. That's the more important bit. you basically want this as an anthem effect for a spirit, for a spirit tribal deck. At which point it's fine. Um, there's other cards that have a similar effect that do more. It's still not. You still gonna want enough anthem effects, um, especially stuff that's not attached to another creature. S you know, lords are useful. Anthems are, I think, slightly more useful in general because they don't blow up due to things like Wrath of God, etc. Creatures being the biggest thing that you have to contend with in Commander in general. Having your size boosts die from an effect like Wrath of God kind of hurts. Being able to drop something like Long Forgotten, go ahead and go, cool. Next turn, now I play 2 spirits. And now they're a decent size. Yeah. Would rather have that in general. And then let's see what we got for land. You have, step 1, you've got the don't untap cycles. Again, you don't play these lands without a good reason. Lanternlit Graveyard, Cloudcrest Lake, Tranquil Garden, Watervale, Cavern, Pinecrest Ridge. You don't play these without good reason. Just pass on them, honestly. Alright, so what are the next ones? Alright, let's look at the ones that have a specific color identity. Okinawa Temple to Grandfathers. These are all basically legendary basics with upside. They don't have the basic land type. Well, legendary pseudo basics with upside. And the upside is I'll pay 1 mana of the appropriate color and tap, something to do with a legendary creature. Okinawa Temple to Grandfathers. Green, tap, legendary creature +1/+1 until end of turn. Eigenjo Castle, white, tap, 2 damage, prevent 2 damage to target creature. Both of which are good at, keeping something alive. Okina also good at helping push through a little extra damage. Red, Shinka the Bloodsoaked Keep. Red, tap, target legendary creature gains first strike till end of turn. I mean, I would... Okina and Shinka are both going to be really good. Shizo, the black one, giving fear till end of turn. Again, because black is such a big color in the format, I would say at least half the decks that people actually play are going to have black in them. Like, I assume that if I sit down at a table of, 4 players, me being one of the 4, at least 2 people, and I might be one of them, are going to be playing black. Black in combination with something, likely, but we're going to be playing black. And I take a look at this and go, chances are you're going to have something that can block me. And you're probably going to have something that can block me. I will point out, though, that most of these don't say target legendary creature you control. Just target legendary creature. So you can target your opponent's stuff as well. And then Minamo, being the blue one. The big thing here is it's blue, tap, untap target legendary permanent. It itself is a legendary permanent. So you can target itself with its own ability. Which means if you really need to waste a bunch of blue mana for whatever reason, you can activate Minamo. Blue, tap, untap itself. Pay another blue, tap, untap itself. Pay another blue, tap, untap itself. Also, the fact that you're tapping and untapping, there you may have stuff that cares about stuff being tap and untap. So that's 2 cycles down. There's 14 cards. Let's look at the remaining 4 cards. Untidake, the Cloud Keeper, enters tapped. Tap and pay 2 life. It tries to be a soul land. You get 2 colorless mana, spend only to cast legendary spells. Okay. Use that to cast my general. Keep in mind it says legendary spells. We have legendary creatures, legendary enchantments, legendary artifacts, legendary lands technically, but they're not spells. Legendary planeswalkers, because planeswalkers used to have their own category. You know, but they mostly mimicked what legendary did, so the rules for planeswalkers basically just merged with legendary. They just made them legendary and cleared up a whole pile of shenanigans. I don't think we've got any legendary battles yet, but I do believe we have. I know we got legendary sorceries. We might have a legendary instant. You know what? Let's. Yes. Oh. Uh. Hmm. 1. Actually, legitimately, 1. Isildur's Fateful Strike. You can only cast it if you've got a legendary creature or planeswalker in play. Destroy target creature. If they have more than 4 cards in hand, they exile cards from their hand equal the difference. Wow. Wow, that's dumb. If you're playing with Ketramos, that is just silly. So yeah, most of them are going to be legendary sorceries. So you could build legendary dot deck and go from there. And Untidaki would let you cast most of your things. Okay. Okay. And still not unreasonable for, at least to keep your, uh, help pay your commander tax and stuff. Hall of the Bandit Lord. Enters tapped. Tap and pay 3 life. Add colorless. If that mana is spent on a creature spell, it gains haste. Really good if you're playing blue or white, because those colors don't generally get haste. Red does, because that's what it does. Green and black are a little behind, but they do regularly get haste. White and blue really don't get haste that much. Between the two, I think white's going to get it more often. But they're pretty far behind. But yeah, you throw a Hall of the Bandit Lord into that deck, and so yeah. Hey, look, I've got a hasty, giant ocean beast. Well, crap. Boseiju, who shelters all. Enters tapped, tap and pay 2 life. Notice how all the ones that, uh, these, all 3 of these want you to pay, they enter tapped, tap and pay life, add 1 to 2 mana, with some kind of special something about what you're casting. Like, you get colorless for all three of them. Both Sage use, if you spend it on an instant or sorcery, that spell can't be countered. So what's last? Oh yeah, Forbidden Orchard. Forbidden Orchard is kind of like the... It's kind of like the block version. It's kind of like the Kamigawa version of City of Brass, where instead of dealing damage to you whenever it becomes tapped, you give somebody a 1/1 spirit. Well, they might not have that 1/1 spirit for long. Why do I say that? Oh, that's easy. Because that 1/1 spirit might come into play dead. Yeah, Night of Souls Betrayal, Virulent Plague, Illness in the Ranks. Um, what are you called? Krovax, Ascendant Hero, Ascendant Heavencar. You know, stuff like that. Um, not Elishnorn. No, Elishnorn, Grand Cenobite. Anything that basically affects your opponent's creatures or affects tokens. Just cool. Thunk. The creature comes into play, dies right away. AKA comes into play dead. Because it comes into play as a 0/0 or -1/-1 or worse. And pop. Yeah. So there's that way to play it. And then you basically got a 5-color land with no actual drawback. Or you get cards like Oath of Druids, which is the way it got used in Vintage, giving your opponent creatures, and then if your opponent's got more creatures than you do, you get to mill yourself till you hit a creature card and put that creature card directly into play. And Oath of Druids is an enchantment that only costs 1 green plus 1. Anyway, that is it. This is way longer than I expected. I gotta log out for tonight. I have to work in the morning. I have to be there in less than 12 hours. I need to get something resembling sleep. I will catch you guys next time. I might have to try and figure out how to shrink this down to more reasonable size because this is over 7 hours. Anyway, good night, everyone.